Okay, we're back in session after our closed session. City Attorney, is there a reportable action from tonight's closed session?
Yes, the reportable action is that there was a 3-2 vote to approve a settlement agreement between Fernando Santillan and the City of Selma. 3 votes for were Councilmember Trujillo, Mayor Pro Tem Cho, and Councilmember Mendoza Navarro. 2 votes against were Mayor Robertson and Councilwoman Guerra. The material terms of that agreement are a payment of $350,000, 5-year contract extension.
Sorry.
An apology to be read, apology by council to be read at a future meeting, and the Hanson Bridget investigation report to be released as a public record.
Okay, with that, we will adjourn our Selma City Council special meeting. And we will reopen our Selma City Council regular meeting in 5 minutes at 6:10 after we take a very brief break. Thank you. California, 93662. The teleconference phone number is 301-715-8592. Webinar ID is 891-6864-5005. When on the phone, if you wish to address the council. During the public comment portion of the agenda, press *9 to raise your hand, and we will select you from the meeting queue. Press *6 to unmute and mute yourself. Tonight's invocation will be led by Pastor Jose Alvarez of the Iglesia Antioquia.
Mayor, City Council, let's pray. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, we just come before you right now, God. And just ask you that your Holy Spirit guide us, that everything that goes forward right now, we be doing your will. We just ask you that you give this board your wisdom and direction. In the name of Jesus Christ, we put everything in your hands, and we all say amen.
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 I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra,
Here.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Here.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Here.
Mayor Robertson.
Here, potential conflicts of interest. Any council member has a potential conflict of interest may now identify the item and recuse themselves from discussing and voting on the matter. Agenda changes or deletions to better accommodate members of the public or inconvenience in the order of presentation. Items on the agenda may not be presented or acted upon the order listed. Additions to the agenda may be added only pursuant to California Government Code Section 54954.2B. Oral communications. At this time, any member of the public may address City Council regarding any item over which the council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item not on the agenda. Issues raised will be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public are asked to limit their remarks to 3 minutes. Do we have any oral communications tonight?
Teresa Sala, 1701 Danube Avenue. I would like to know what the status of the signal at McCall and Danube is. You guys keep saying it's coming, and nothing's coming. And if you ever get stuck at that four-way stop during morning traffic, evening traffic, when the junior high gets out, when the high school gets out, it's like 20 cars deep. It takes forever to get through there. So I just was wanting the status of that signal light, please.
Right, I can weigh in on this. You missed the meeting, Ms. Salas, but I weighed in on the part that I went back to the Council of Governments meeting and asked the status, because that was a COG job, funded $995,000, fully funded. The city needed to widen the road, and that set off Caltrans needing to do some sort of cultural investigation. And that's taken some time, but I did ask the Caltrans representative at the COG meeting before last, and he said once those cultural investigations are completed, it shouldn't be more than a week before they can get the project going again. So that's imminent. The project is funded and should happen anytime. City Manager, did you have anything to add?
No, I think that encapsulates it well, but we do have an updated timeline as to when construction might be starting, I believe. Is that correct, Deputy City Manager?
Following completion of the cultural resources study, Caltrans would be able to finalize their environmental, which would allow the plans to be approved and it to go out to bid.
And I have COG next Thursday, so I'll bring it up again. Any other oral communications at this time? Come on up, sir.
Santiago Ceguera, 2209 Thompson, Selma, California. Today I'm here to advocate for the lights that we need for the art center, for the parking lot that's always really dark. I mean, I don't think the lights to light that where the mural is putting some lights there to illuminate the parking lot. I don't think that's very expensive, and I brought it up, I don't know how many times. And I don't know what's going on. Is, you know, everything that gets brought up here supposed to be considered and then brought back as an action item. But there's no action being taken on an action item, so I don't know what the deal is. Another thing that was brought up to my attention is behind the art center, all the actors, kids, and everybody that does art or actors and whatever, they have to park back there, so I don't take any of the parking for the people who pay to go in. And at night it's dark, really dark, and I'm just concerned about their safety. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but it keeps being brought up, and I hate to see it become a negligence item to where you're gonna find yourself with litigation because somebody gets hurt because it's dark back there. And it's dark in the, I mean, sometimes I go to the place and it's dark. When it's over at 10 o'clock, 10:30, it's really dark, and some of those kids walk through there, you know, and to their cars. You know, people that go, they park there too, and it's really, really dark. So, I mean, what does it take to bring it back? How much would it cost? It can't cost that much. I mean, do we need to do a GoFundMe, or what will it take? You guys tell us what it's gonna take. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian Ceballos, Selma. I want to talk about two incidents that happened these past 2 weeks. Chief wasn't here, but when the officer, it was time for him to report, he reported that there was nothing to report. And there was a whole carnival stabbing that happened, and that wasn't addressed. And I want to know why. You know, public safety is a big issue right now, so that needs to be addressed, I feel like. I know we're gonna take precaution, maybe next year, maybe I suggest maybe we barricade it and use maybe, I don't know, metal detectors, because it's a new norm that we're living in right now. You know, there's a lot of crime rate, not only in Fresno, but also here in Selma, unfortunately. Second thing I want to talk about is about 2 weeks ago, it was the Friday of Mother's Day weekend, and there was a dog that was loose in the neighborhood. I believe it was Raven Holmes, and I was fortunate enough to be at the cemetery, and I spotted him. My mom called the PD, and they said that they couldn't rescue the dog because it wasn't vicious. So that was concerning. I called the owner, and luckily we were able to reunite the dog. So I went on social media to talk about, you know, the dog that, you know, got rescued, and there was comments on there saying that they never, I'm sorry, that they had called the shelter and there was never no answer. I don't know why. There was a lady on there that said that she left her phone number and never got a call back. So why isn't the shelter answering the phones? There has been numerous committee members saying that they never answer the phone. So why is that? You know, these people are getting high salaries, they're getting paid very expensively, and they don't answer the phone. Doesn't take that much. You know, the three of you that voted yes for it, maybe they need to be, you know, maybe they need help. Maybe they need to volunteer. Have you guys gone down there? I don't know. We talked about exceptional service. We wanted exceptional service. Well, there it is. Can't even get a phone call. So, thank you.
Council members, do you want to respond?
No, I just want to make sure, first of all, any comments the mayor should have stated this should be directed to the council and not to staff. But at the same time, I'd rather respectfully look at our staff, at what's been, you know, our staff at the new animal shelter is doing a great job. It's a big extension. I understand that there's room for more communication, but at the same time, I think that I live at the Raven Homes. I've also seen a change in what's out in the community, and for the betterment. I know that there's people that want to see a difference in opinions. There's a difference in opinions, but I think that the animal shelter just started. I think they're doing a great job. I also think that the stabbing at the carnival is a concern of our community. The chief of police did bring it, or they brought it to our attention, and we are going to be working on that. So both concerns are valid. To start just pointing fingers and things like that would probably not be the benefit of bettering our future. So right now, what I'm looking at more is looking at the concerns overall in the community, and just working through them and being positive. We have a fantastic carnival that goes on. It's been functioning for our community. We have a fantastic animal shelter that's working through the process, and as it keeps working through, it's going to be getting better. And I understand there's differences of opinions, but I just strongly think that, you know, that working together through this and making it better is a better way to handle it.
Member Guerra, did you have something to say?
No, I'm good.
I do. Councilmember Trujillo, I don't appreciate you attacking members of the public for exercising their First Amendment rights of speech. This gentleman who came to this meeting after work, probably a long day of work, and came to our city meeting, I honor them. I honor each and every person who's here tonight and thank them for their input. This is valuable. And I didn't hear the gentleman making any personal attacks on staff during what is his 3 minutes and his right to express himself about any topic under the council's jurisdiction. And the animal shelter and the carnival certainly fall within the council's jurisdiction. And I say thank you to members of the public for showing an interest in coming out here on a Monday night and weighing in on important topics like these. I completely disagree with Councilmember Trujillo's attack on the member of the public. And I thank you for coming out and making your opinions known as
Well,
you've
first
done
of all, I did
tonight.
not attack anyone. I was stating statements, but I'm not here to do the politic part. And I'm here to make sure that we just, we let our staff and our direction of what we've been doing. Mr. Mayor, with all due respect, I know things are going hard right now, and I know that things are hard for you. And I know that you're a little upset, but right now I want to just keep things very professional. We have a lot of good professional people out here to do some things. And I think we should just go back and get back into our city council meeting and just stay focused on the issues rather than disrespect each other and attack us. Because right now, all I was doing was answering, this is my district. I am concerned of it. I was relaying what's going on in our city staff, what we're investing in. Rather than going personal, I would rather just stick with the issues and be professional. Thank you.
Right, so that's your second time you spoke. These are potential Brown Act violations. Councilmember Trujillo, you would think you would know that after 6 years on the council, but apparently you need some more education. We can't discuss this. Oral communications are for people just to get up and stand up. What I was doing was defending the right, which is not a Brown Act violation, of people to express their opinion. They were not attacking the staff. We can go back, and you know I will. I will go back and watch this. You can call politics. You can say whatever you want to be in your bullying, intimidating way. And you don't intimidate me and you don't bully me. I work for the people who get up and speak tonight, and I'm going to defend them every time, whether I like what they say or not. They have a right to say it. Thank you. We have any other oral
Council, just a
communications?
reminder that we should not be having discussion during oral communications. That goes for all council members, please.
Yeah, well, it should go for them not to bully and intimidate members of the public. Do we have any other oral communications? Come on up.
Already on. Jim Avalos, 1701 Dinuba. You know, the reason why I'm here, guys, a long time ago, I warned you, you know, what took place in the past when I was in government. And I'm seeing something that is brought to my attention, what I seen a long time ago. And this is a warning to the city and the council people up there is state and the economy went bad. We had to make some drastic decisions in our city at the time. And I had to make some decisions back that time that involved people's jobs and involved people's lives and the services in our community. And I'm seeing something, not just our city, but other cities right now. Fresno City right now is dealing with a budget, a deficit issue. And the city of Selma is right behind it, basically. I've seen this in the past, and I don't want you to see, I'm trying to warn you before something happens. I've seen this happen in the past. I'm trying to give you warning now because, and the reason why, because, you know, like the auto mall is going to be affected this year because of the closure of the freeway. Sales lost revenues, which is about over about 60% of our sales are from the auto malls. Both of them, Swanson Farney and Dwight. And we have to look at the downfalls, situation that's about to take place. And I think that's why I'm cautioning you up there, you know. I've seen this in the past and I don't want to, I'm trying to prevent you from something happening. The only way that I feel that you can move these things along without any damage, there's going to be some damages, is projects that are in the pipe. Try to streamline them as quickly as possible. Get these investors on board, get to the table very quickly. Of course, they're going to want everything under the sun. So do we too. But I think sometimes in situations like this, we have to find a common ground and get these things done right away. I don't care if it's what projects we have on the line as far as housing, anything right now. I think it's very important that we get this streamlined very quickly. If we not, it's going to hurt big time. And I don't want to see no layoffs, you know, and I don't want you to go through it. I went through it. People in the city that work for the city, they become part of your family. And you want to make sure that do the best you can to protect them. And the services in our community, our citizens, they're up here that voice your opinion.
Great.
Sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. My time is up.
Anyone else?
Ella Ramirez, Selma, California. If we brought up the shelters because we are frustrated, because every single day there's dogs on social media. And it happened that day we were at the cemetery, we just spotted a dog that was missing. And I was the one that placed the call, police department, it was after hours. And they told me that they couldn't do anything. I felt helpless, I felt hopeless, because this was a dog that had been missing since morning. He was seen various times throughout the day, reported it to shelter, and they said that they got no call back. So we took it upon ourselves. My son got in the car, chased them downtown and called the owner, and it was, thank God, it was a happy, and they're reunited and it was a happy ending. But they're not all happy endings. Some of them, our neighbor's dog got loose and ended up out in the country, run over. So that's why we want to know, they say that they're taking calls, but they're not taking calls. And like he said, they're getting the big bucks, but we're doing the work. So you guys look into it. Yes, there was mentioned exceptional service, $400,000 a year. Doing what? That's what I want to know. I think we all want to know. All of us that, you know, do for these animals, that look for them and say, oh, you know, he's over here, we saw him over there. So that's why it's brought up. We're frustrated. Second, public safety, a big issue. Earlier today, I found out that there was another hijacking. I don't know I didn't see any updates on that. I don't know. When I went to the library on Saturday for the revitalizing meeting, across the street at the library, across the street from the library, there was this homeless, took out a knife and was gonna fight another homeless. We called the cops, they came out, and I went inside the library, and I don't know what happened after that. But these are things that are happening that are getting rushed, you know, put a brush off under the rug, and nobody's addressing it. Revitalizing Selma, nobody's gonna wanna come to Selma with these issues, with these homeless issues going on, with the public safety. You know, we've gotta address this already. It's already time to address it and stop sweeping it under the rug. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody on the phone or online?
As a reminder to the callers online, please use your raise your hand feature and we will add you to the meeting queue. For those calling in, please use *9 to raise your virtual hand and we will select you from the meeting queue. Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
With that, we will move on to our special presentations. And tonight, we are going to have the National Public Works Week proclamation. Director Hahn, you want to come up as our Public Works Director? Yeah, Mike. Wanted to read this to you, Director Hahn. This is the proclamation of the Selma City Council. Whereas the Public Works Department provides services for our community and are an integral part of our citizens' everyday lives. Whereas the support of an understanding and informed community is vital to the efficient operation of public works systems and programs such as streets, storm drains, fleet maintenance, public buildings and park maintenance. And whereas the health, safety, and comfort of this community greatly depends on these facilities and services. And whereas the quality and the effectiveness of these facilities, as well as their planning, design, and construction is vitally dependent upon the efforts and skill of public works officials. And whereas the efficiency of the qualified and dedicated personnel who staff the Public Works Department is influenced by the people's attitude and understanding of the importance of the work they perform. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Scott Robertson, Mayor Pro Tem Beverly Cho, and Councilmember Sarah Guerra, Blanca Mendoza Navarro, and John Trujillo do hereby proclaim the week of May 19th through 25th, 24 as National Public Works Week in the city of Selma. And I call upon all the citizens and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in providing public works services to our community and to recognize the contributions which public works employees make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. And I would just like to add that Public Works does a great job, and we thank you so much for everything you do. I remember one time I was driving around and I got a call, my cell phone, hey, you got a bunch of Public Works people over in a storm drain on Floral. What the heck are they doing? And I went over there and there were 3 Public Works folks over there. And they had this piece of wood with some carpet on it. They were rescuing a kitten. It's just amazing how Public Works can do the biggest jobs and the smallest jobs with a lot of heart. And we thank you for everything you do, from the biggest jobs, the Storm Drain Master Plan, to rescuing animals in our community. Appreciate it. Now, if you would say a few words. Sure.
Well, thank you, Mayor Robertson, the community and the council for the award, or for the recognition rather. I'm new here, I'm 6 months in, but I have to give all the credit to the guys in my group. Many of them live here in the city of Selma and they are very vested in this community. They take a lot of pride in their work, and it's nice to have a recognition from the city and from the community for what those guys do every day. I do appreciate that. So thank you.
Before we move on to the next item, I just wanted to take an opportunity as well to thank our Public Works staff. Public safety gets a lot of the credit and a lot of the resource allocations, not just in Selma, but in every community, because obviously its importance. But Public Works, the level of commitment that you have to show to go out on weekends when there's water line breaks and you have to, leave your family unexpectedly when there's an emergency with infrastructure in town, or when, there are issues that affect residents, like sewer line breaks or things like that. Those are very important things, and it takes a lot of commitment. Director Hahn mentioned, some of our staff, Public Works staff that live in town, and I've witnessed firsthand just the dedication that our staff have in terms of maintaining our facilities, like our parks. People working overtime just to make sure that our parks and our downtown look nice. So I just wanted to say thank you, Director Hahn, and if you could pass along the appreciation to your team, because they do work very hard and we appreciate them. You know, sometimes we take them for granted because, you know, it's really hot out there and you guys work in the heat, in all conditions. And, you know, we're doing our best here at the city, from the leadership perspective to make sure that, Public Works has everything that they need with the limited resources. But thank you for everything that you do.
Anybody else? Okay, with that, we'll move on to our consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar category are considered routine. The complete consent calendar will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote. For purposes of discussion, any council member may have an item removed from the consent calendar and made part of the regular agenda. The council can then approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Does anyone have any items or item they would like to remove tonight from the calendar?
Mayor, I'd like to remove item A.
Okay. I'd like to remove item F. Is there a motion to approve items B through E?
I'll make a motion. B through E, please.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Item A. That's the LLRD.
Yep, LLMD. Reason I pulled it is because I did receive several calls from citizens in regards to the increase. And what they're stating again is, you know, this is a high increase for the LLMDs, and that's the landscape lighting and maintenance. I just thought I'd mention it again because, you know, everyone's facing increases and the way the economy is going. I'd like to see if this is something that could be tabled, or is it too late? Did you guys send out the letters to the citizens? You did? Okay, the letters went out already? Okay, so then we can't even consider saying we can do it in 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years. I wouldn't say 1 year, but maybe 2 years?
So my understanding is, Mayor, members of the council, tonight's action for the LLMD is 2 resolutions that are housekeeping items to keep the process going.
Okay,
One of them is to initiate the engineer's report, the official report for the year, per the Highway Code for California. And the second action that's before you is a resolution just that the council is intending to levy assessments. It doesn't have to do with the number. It's just you're intending to levy the assessments and you're setting the public hearing at which that will be discussed. So tonight's action, there's 2 resolutions. That's the housekeeping that has to be done per state law. I think what you're talking about is obviously the previous council.
right.
We initiated the Prop 218 based on finances from Public Works and estimates of the costs that we're estimating it's going to take to maintain those areas properly. So my understanding is this engineer's report, that once it's initiated and presented to the council, you'll have a chance to read that report, understand the costs that are being applied to the LLMD, and the rates at which we set and assess them, in my opinion, is up to the council in how to set those assessments. Our office will be providing the calculations of what assessments we believe will cover the costs for maintenance. But as a council, you have the choice of where to set those assessments. The 218 and the process that's currently underway, the letters went out last week so that they were there for 45 days prior to that public hearing. Those are the maximum assessments that would be allowed to be assessed to those zones. That's the maximum. So if our engineer's report comes back with input from Public Works and our estimated costs might be lower than that, that Prop 218 is still valid, but then moving forward each year, the costs may go up or may go down, but they cannot go over that maximum assessment.
Okay.
That's my understanding, unless someone else.
Yeah, and thank you for the explanation, City Engineer Horn. I would add that, you know, ultimately, it's going to be a policy decision from council based on, what level of maintenance you'd like to see for these districts or the residents would like to see for their own districts. And if the costs don't match with that level, then there's going to be decisions to be made about lowering the level of service and level of maintenance. But those are all things that can be discussed at the Prop 218 hearing.
Okay. And do we know when that meeting will take place, the Prop 218?
So on the letter that went out to
Yeah.
everyone involved, it's July 1st is the council
Okay.
meeting. That'll be the public hearing for the Rule 218. And tonight's action, the resolution is setting the public hearing just to levy any assessment at the same time.
Setting the rates, okay.
Thank you.
Do you want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
For a second,
I'll second.
call the roll, please.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
No.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
No. Okay, item F is the check register. I had a couple items tonight, page 41 and page 43. There are two items on there that from Hacker Equipment, the Public Works Vector Truck rental. One is for February 1 to February 28th, 16,000. The other one is a rental from February 29th to March 27th. That's for 16,000. That is a lot of money for a rental. Has the analysis been done to see how much it would cost to buy a truck as opposed to shelling out 32 grand for 2 months of work?
It has, Mr. Mayor, and it is on our 10-year CIP list. That is a $780,000 piece of equipment.
Okay.
And we actually went out to aggressive bidding to see we didn't send it out to an RFP, but we sent out for pricing from several different companies. The company that came in the lowest was a company out of Northern California called Badger. And I literally beat them down and I could only get them down to 325,000.
Wow.
Yeah, that was only for 3 months worth of work. So that was the monthly rental, and then we staffed it with our streets department road maintenance crew. And that was something I discussed with city manager beforehand, and it was because everything was so impacted. And as you know, way better than me, that we had many flooding areas and issues with the storm drain. We had to get going on getting that maintenance started. So that was something that we discussed, and we were pulling out of budget.
Yeah, the last 2 years have been a bit of an anomaly in terms of 2 years ago, last year, the rain was off the charts. This year it was a little more temperate but for the 4 years before that it was nothing, so sometimes I can see where the city might have some issues buying a truck like this because didn't have a whole lot to do before the last year, but now it seems like it would be worth looking at again in terms of if one of these trucks comes on the market. Is there an aftermarket on this where you can buy like a used?
That is certainly an option. I think, the discussions that I've had with Director Hahn are a more strategic annual approach to maintaining our storm drain infrastructure so that the cost of, cleaning out these pipes is spread out over a long time. But having it on our CIP actually allows us to, earmark funds every year that we can keep setting aside so that eventually we'd have enough money in that fund to be able to purchase a truck. But in the meantime, we have to have a trade-off between, purchasing a truck and doing everything right now at a very large cost, or spreading out that maintenance, which luckily for us it's doable because we don't have extreme weather events yet. You mentioned a couple of years ago, which was an anomaly, but going forward, I think we're going to be able to keep up with it with these monthly rentals. And I think for the next budget year, we have about 3 or 4 months budgeted, 3 months. So we'll continue that program.
So you're looking at potentially 3 months, $50,000 for next year?
Correct.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and council, we got through about a quarter of our storm drain infrastructure in 3 months. And I will, like I said in previous council meetings, I will be presenting a slideshow PowerPoint presentation in June, towards the end of June. It'll really spell out kind of what we've uncovered, what kind of impact we have, and what the failure to maintain properly can cause. So we will present that, but yes, we are budgeting for a strategic maintenance schedule like City Manager Santillan said, and that will be budgeted for the next 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, because shelling out this kind of money every year doesn't make a lot of dollars and cents sense. Thank you. One more item that I have, at the bottom of page 42, check number 84140. It's for Barbosa Auto Glass. So the amount's relatively small, $840. But my question is, don't we have an auto insurance company with RMA that would automatically fill the windshields without a deductible? I'm just thinking, could we turn this into the RMA insurance and fill it in as a windshield repair? Or are these windshield replacements for these two units?
I'll speak on that, Mr. Mayor. Those are complete windshield replacements. They were cracked to a point where you could not fill them. The problem is that we're insured at such a low rate that we have a higher deductible. So we have to weigh what the deductible is and what it costs to replace the windshield. The windshield outweighed paying the deductible. So that's what those charges were for.
So the 840 was less than what the deductible would have been.
The deductible, I believe, was $1,000 per unit.
And do we turn in when there's a chip in the windshield? Do we just go through the glass repair without a deductible?
No, if we can fill the crack as it happens and not get it cracking across the windshield, we absolutely will call Safelite or some third-party vendor to come out and actually do that work for us.
And then we just send the bill to the RMA.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you. Anyone else with any questions on the check register? I'll make a motion to approve the check register. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Call the roll, please.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra.
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Yes.
Okay, item 1 of the regular business agenda is review of draft 2024-2025 City of Selma fiscal year budget.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. If you could bear with me while I pull up our presentation. So before I begin the presentation, a couple of caveats with the item that you have in front of you, which is the draft 24-25 fiscal year budget. As the name suggests, it's very much a draft. The cover page, all of that will change. We are still getting familiar with our new online budgeting system, OpenGov, this is the first year that we've utilized this system, which is a very efficient system, but in terms of presentation and exporting documents, we're still very much learning the ropes there. So please bear with us. The final document will look much different than what you have in front of you. And then the other caveat is that the general fund budget, what you see is essentially, going to be the final proposed general fund budget. There are some smaller funds like internal service funds and special revenue funds like grants and enterprise funds as well that may have a little bit of tweaking left to do, but nothing that will impact the general fund negatively. If anything, it'll impact it positively. So just wanted to, but for the most part, we're about 95% there, excluding some of the special funds. So I'll go ahead and begin our presentation. And we'll start the discussion with the city's staff's mission statement and values. Purpose statement is actually what it's called. But, this is a statement that we go into every fiscal year as a leadership team and as a staff, really hammering into everyone on the team as our purpose here. And we are building Selma into a place of prosperity, unity, and strength. And the values that we display every day are honorable, ownership, and relentlessly optimistic. That goes hand in hand with council's priorities that we're carrying out every day, which includes public safety, infrastructure, downtown revitalization, community engagement, and customer service and staffing, and parks and facilities. As you recall, we had a council budget workshop in early April. during which the city council indicated that they wanted to see funding in the new proposed budget for the following initiatives, including homelessness and unhoused population initiative. And that $60,000 figure is sort of an estimate as to what amount of resources are going to be necessary to address the unhoused population or homelessness issue in whatever way that the council deems fit and whatever way is feasible for an agency our size to do. And obviously that can vary depending on council action. Downtown speakers and trees, the downtown speakers, as you know, is sort of a rollover from a previous fiscal year. And we're also budgeting into that number trees to replace the trees that were removed from downtown because of the ADA improvements. We also included the Downtown Storefront Improvement Grant Program, which was approved by the council at a previous meeting and which is going to be administered by the Business Improvement District Advisory Committee. We also included downtown lighting, which was a topic that was discussed at the workshop and continues to be a topic of concern for not just the public, but staff as well, as we look at ways to improve, lighting options and safety options, particularly in the downtown area. And then we did, as I mentioned before, finalize the general fund revenue and expenditure projections in this draft proposal. Just a quick overview, we have an adopted total in the current budget of $19,140,872, which compares to last year's adopted total of $22,083,505. So a change of about $3 million, a reduction in the budget of about $3 million, which generally reflects a decrease in anticipated sales tax revenues compared to what was budgeted last year, as well as the unavailability of ARPA funds, which were one-time funds that were provided by the federal government as a result of the COVID pandemic, which, as the council recalls, was allocated towards different projects like infrastructure and personnel salary adjustments. And then our total employee count in the new fiscal year is 169 full-time staff with 30 part-time staff, which represents no change in the amount of staffing from the current fiscal year. As you can see, this is just a visual representation of the revenues that we project for the general fund going into 24-25. You'll notice that intergovernmental revenue makes up just under half of the revenues that the city receives to the general fund. And most of that, 99.6%, is from sales and use tax. And that's around $9 million. Property taxes and vehicle in lieu of fees make up close to $5 million, or a quarter of the general fund revenues. And then we have other different types of revenue sources, including franchise fees, grants, charges for services, licenses, permits, transit occupancy taxes, etc. By the way, feel free to ask any questions as I'm making my presentation. So what you see now on the screen is just a summary of the proposed expenditures, and we broke it out into salaries, benefits, operating costs, for a total proposed general fund budget of $19.14 million, which represents about a 3% decrease. In terms of expenditures, we always anticipate public safety to be the largest chunk of expenditures in the general fund. And this year, those expenditures represent $8.7 million, with administrative, community development, public works, and community services making up the rest of the $12 million in the general fund. We also have debt service for $1.3 million and capital expenditures for close to $200,000. And the biggest component of that cost is the personnel cost, which is about $12 million. And then we broke down the personnel costs further on this visual. And you can see that the cost of personnel is spread out into our different funds. So obviously, the general fund bears the burden of most of the costs in personnel, with some of our enterprise funds, like the ambulance fund, carrying about 20% of the cost of personnel, and special revenue funds like Measure S and internal service funds also contributing to personnel costs. So I'll go briefly into our different department budget proposals, and these are highlights that you've seen before at our workshop, and I'll just run over the numbers here briefly for each department. So first we have police, which is made up of the Police Administration Division, Police Operations, Police Support, and Animal Services. And the total proposed budget for police support is $2.3 million. For police operations, $4.2 million, and police administration, $412,000. Some of the highlights as far as expenditures for police includes an antenna repeater to make communications improvements for the department. Camera program upgrade, which Chief Alcaraz has described here at council meetings repeatedly, including improvements to our street cameras and license plate readers and upgrades of those sort. And then we made some changes to some of the designation of the police staff, police officer, designating 4 of them to police-oriented policing police officers, so POP officers, and that's a discussion that we've had with the council previously, that we would be identifying POP officers that can target specific issues like homelessness within the community. So that's a strategic objective that we have in the police department. Animal services, we have a total proposed budget of $518,000, and that includes operations costs. But that is offset significantly by grants, by contracts with the city of Kingsburg and the city of Fowler as well. And so we are going to push very heavily on grant revenue for animal services to be able to support this operation. Moving on to the fire department, which is made up of fire administration, fire operations, fire prevention, and ambulance service, EMS. You'll see the numbers, the proposed budget expenditures there. But just to highlight some of the initiatives that are planned, we plan to fund with these budget numbers. And Chief, you can, if there's any questions, because I don't know the details of this document, but the standards of cover, strategic plan, community risk assessment, that is anticipated to cost $75,000. And my understanding is that is a very necessary document that needs to be completed for the operations of the fire department. A command vehicle and a fire headquarters office furniture to be able to accommodate some of the staffing needs in the fire annex. For fire operations, we have software. Chief, can you elaborate on NFIRS software?
Can you hear me? So NFIRS is the National Fire Reporting System that all of the fire departments in the United States, we're mandated by the federal government to report certain parameters that occur within our department, and the software that we're requesting will integrate with our dispatching services provided by Fresno County Fire Protection District. Just allows for more accurate and detailed information to be integrated between those 2 software programs. So that's what that one is.
Thank you, Chief. And while you're at it, the next item, fire PPE and new employee turnouts.
Yeah, sure. So that cost is for the replacement of existing employee personal protection gear that's utilized for structural firefighting. Just to give you kind of an idea, the structural jacket and pants that our firefighters wear that's utilized in super hot environments that they enter cost $1,000 per set. And we're in the process of hiring new employees. I think currently we have 6 or 7 vacancies, as well as we anticipate a couple of more being replaced. And all of those firefighters require 2 sets. So they have a clean set that can be utilized for being incident ready, and then the set that's been contaminated by whatever byproducts of combustion that occur during an incident can get removed from those garments, which is a pretty significant cancer preventative for us. And so that's what those funds will be used for.
Thank you, Chief. And then for fire prevention, we budgeted for software that would allow our fire marshal to be able to review plans more efficiently as they're coming in and get those turned around quicker for developments. On the EMS side, the proposed budget for the ambulance fund is $6.9 million roughly. And that includes payments for the PPGMT program. The EMS station relocation, which you will hear about coming up in the next budget year due to us outgrowing our current location over on Rose Avenue. And so we've identified potential sites for a temporary new EMS station, a new ambulance to support our operations, and then oxygen machine. For the Community Development Department, which is made up of the Planning Division, Building Division, Engineering, and Economic Development. The highlights for this department include the implementation of GIS, further implementation of geographic information systems. We talked about the general plan update, although that's not a general plan, or excuse me, a general fund expenditure at this time. We do have not development impact fees, but fees that are collected as part of the development process that are going to fund at least a large part of the general plan. But that is an expenditure that we plan to make this year. And then continued contract planning service, that $150,000 figure represents a huge decrease, probably by over 50% over our current year expenditures, reflecting the savings from having a staff city planner and other supporting planners in the Community Development Department. We also are purchasing software called Bluebeam, which is going to make the plan review and plan check process much more efficient and streamlined. And then we're going to continue to contract out for building inspection support to be able to assist our staff building inspector in instances where there's a high demand for building inspection services. For the Economic Development Department, we did budget $35,000 for a continued agreement with the Chamber of Commerce, although that is subject to change. I did receive a new counter proposal from the Chamber of Commerce, which I will be discussing with the council at a later time. So that 35,000 figure in the general fund has an asterisk next to it. And then, as council is aware, you approved the $100,000 storefront improvement program, which is also going to be contributed out of the general fund. And then the ongoing downtown strategic plan, that is an item that is currently ongoing, and that most of that will be spent in the current fiscal year. But we do plan to carry that over into the next fiscal year. For engineering, council is aware, and these are just continuations of existing projects. We do anticipate continuing and finalizing the storm drain master plan, the broadband master plan, circulation master plan, and then the standards and specification updates, which is ongoing through our consultant QK. For Public Works, the proposed budget for the Parks Division is $1.17 million, representing a increase in staffing over this last fiscal year. We added, we're still trying to recruit for some vacant positions in that particular division, but we're hopeful that those positions will be filled here soon. And then in the Streets Division, $2.2 million, which includes maintenance of our streets. our public landscape areas and things like street sign replacements and other street sweeping, which is proposed to be taken over by Mid-Valley here coming up in the next fiscal year. City clerk, nothing major there to discuss. It's a very consistent budget at about $250,000 for the city clerk operations. For community services, which is made up of the following divisions: recreation, youth sports, senior nutrition, senior center, and cultural arts. The general fund proposed expenditure for recreation is about $630,000. And that is a reflection of some of the new programs that our recreation team is proposing to launch in the next fiscal year. And then our sports recreation sports program is budgeted at about $117,000. By the way, the picture that you see on the screen here is from the new playground that is being constructed at Brettlinger Park, and we hope to have a ribbon cutting scheduled here soon for that new park, so stay tuned for that. For senior nutrition, we have $150,000 budgeted for that. We hope that when we're back in the Selma, the senior center, we'll be able to access grants as we have in the past to be able to support that budget. And so we're hopeful that we'll be able to move back in around August of this year. For senior citizens, activities and programming, we're budgeting $124,000, which is a reduction, but still pretty consistent with previous years. For the Cultural Arts Center, so just a reminder for the City Council and for the public. So the Art Center is funded in two different ways. It's funded partially by the general fund, which is the expenditure that you see here, $175,000, and that goes mostly towards personnel costs and building maintenance costs. And then the other part of that funding comes from an enterprise fund, Cultural Arts Fund 605, which is where the ticket sales and revenues go in to cover the rest of the operating costs for the Cultural Arts Center. One of the budgets and something that came out of the workshop was, making the Cultural Arts Center, the Arts Center, more accessible to the community with community days, to be able to draw more people downtown that don't necessarily go to the theater productions. And just making sure that we're using the Art Center as a draw for the general public, serving the residents of Selma. Our theater productions are extremely popular around the valley, and we draw a lot of people in from outside the area. But we also want to make sure that the Art Center is providing programming and events that draw the local public as well. Administrative services, that's made up of human resources, information technology, insurance, risk management, and our health benefits, which is managed by our administrative services director, Janie Venegas. Our human resources proposed budget is $692,000. And our information technology data processing fund, that is actually an internal service fund. The way that works is that each department is charged, and the charges go into this fund, data processing for expenditures like computers, internet, any kind of technological hardware, software that's used broadly throughout the city. That's where that fund comes into play. And then for insurance risk management, we have $2.3 million budgeted as part of our risk management program. And then our health benefits fund, that's something that's funded through premiums and through the city's contributions to health benefits. Our finance department, looking at an expenditure of $900,000, but we don't show it on here because it was approved in the current fiscal year, and we're in the process of implementing it. But we will be rolling out a new financial accounting software in the next fiscal year, which will be a huge upgrade to the software that we have now, which is no longer supported by the company that created it. So now that we've rolled out the online budgeting software, that will be the next big thing as far as technological upgrades that we tackle in the finance department. And with regard to our special revenue fund Measure S, that's a half-cent sales tax that the voters approved several years ago. We do anticipate revenues of $2.7 million with proposed expenditures of $2.6 million. That measure funds public safety expenditures. And so, and that proposed revenue number does reflect a lower anticipated amount of sales taxes that we will likely be receiving just because of the general dip in sales revenues. Our other enterprise funds, as I mentioned before, these are funds that, we charge for the activities that are funded out of those departments. We have the ambulance fund, 600, Pioneer Village Fund, 601, Transit Fund, 603, Garbage Service, 604, and Cultural Arts, 605. And you'll notice that there's that last item on each of those groups reflects the estimated fund balance, and most of our funds, with the exception of Fund 605 Cultural Arts, have a positive fund balance because they generate more money every year than they expend. And so Cultural Arts, I've had some discussions with our Community Services Director as well as our Cultural Arts Center Manager about coming in at a surplus so that we can start reducing that deficit in Fund 605. And so we're looking at ways that we can either reduce the expenditures or increase the revenues so that that fund doesn't continue to remain in a deficit. Because enterprise funds, as we know, should be paying for themselves or covering their full costs without being subsidized by the general fund. And just to quickly highlight our agreements that we anticipate having with outside partners for this coming fiscal year. Chamber of Commerce, which again is still in the negotiations for the actual contract. The Business Improvement District, which is actually an advisory board of the City Council, and the Boys and Girls Club, which we fund for about $30,000 every year. This slide is just a 10-year forecast with regard to our anticipated revenues and expenditures. Just because we've done really well with keeping our expenditures in line with our revenues, and we expect that to continue, and in particular with the investments that the City Council has made in our sewer infrastructure, like the Amberwood trunk line, which should be installed sometime in the middle of the next fiscal year. So sometime around September, November is when we should see that project completed. And that will significantly boost our property tax revenue and potentially also our sales tax revenue, because we do anticipate new commercial activity along in that area as well as the Dinuba area if that trunk line is installed.
So that should be completed by September, November?
Most likely November-ish is when that line will likely be completed. We'll probably start seeing model homes of the first subdivision being built either late this year or early in the next year, 2025. And you can correct me if I'm wrong, Deputy City Manager. Perfect. And then this is our 10-year labor forecast. We have really worked hard to try to keep our labor costs down while still having very competitive compensation for our City of Selma staff. And one of the ways that we've done that is by constantly finding new ways to reduce our costs on the health benefits side while improving the quality of the benefits that are being provided. And, kudos to our Administrative Services Director for helping with that process and identifying those ways. And we anticipate those costs certainly to increase as the costs, of living continue to escalate. But our goal is to keep those costs manageable over the next 10 years and beyond. So with that, I'll go ahead and answer any questions that the council might have.
Questions? City Manager, where is the $350,000 cash settlement city attorney mentioned in the reportable action tonight? Is that going to be your $350,000 cash settlement? Will that be a budget amendment for the current budget, or will that be on next year's budget?
Mayor, that would be a decision that you and the rest of the council would have to make.
Okay, so that decision has not been made yet.
No, that was an item that was decided tonight before this presentation was put together.
Okay. Question on the insurance. I'm looking at the RMA, and I think people have heard me ask questions about the increase in the insurance. The workers' comp, the general liability, the property, and the auto. And I'm just looking at these numbers, and it looks like, gosh, just the general liability and the workers' comp are up like 673,000 over a couple of years. My question is, I know the city went through the exercise of getting new health benefits. What about putting this out to bid, the PNC? Because it seems like the costs are spiraling up.
Yeah, that's a great question, and that's absolutely something that we're looking at. We just can't bite off more than we can chew in one fiscal year. So once we're able to put something in place to evaluate new alternatives for our insurance options, we'll bring that back to council.
Great. And when does that comes up on a fiscal year basis, City Manager? Okay, thank you. Let's see, I had a couple other questions. Okay. In terms of the animal services, I just wanted to note the 508, let me get to my page here. I marked it for the animal services, which are part of the Selma PD. Now I'm looking for the page. I'll give you the reference.
It's page 24.
Right, page 24. So 518,721 is the expenses. I'm just thinking, how much did Second Chance charge the city on a monthly basis? Does anybody remember what the nonprofit was charging the city?
Are you asking me that?
Sure.
Mayor? So the last 6 months of their contract, the city was paying $30,000 per month. And so that on an annualized rate, that was $360,000.
Got it.
But we were not generating, or as far as we know, Second Chance was not generating very much revenue to offset that cost.
Okay. All right. So in terms of the revenue, though, this is all projected revenue because this is new to the city. I believe you said, City Manager, that you were looking for grant revenue to pay to comprise most of the revenue for the 2024, 2025
Not
fiscal
most,
year.
just to supplement the revenue. Most of the revenue is going to come from the animal control fees and the service contracts.
Okay, isn't the city giving those out for free now? Is the city making any charges for spay and neuter and any of that?
We will,
Microchips.
consistent with municipal code, we will. We wanted to make sure, there's, as the new Animal Services Center got up and running, and in order to increase the public's ability to microchip and spay and neuter, those costs were eliminated temporarily, but we do plan on bringing those back.
Got it. So if I'm understanding correctly, the Second Chance at its absolute acme with its problem of too many dogs was running an expense of 360,000 compared to the expense the city is now incurring of 518,000 plus, and most of that expense is salaries. Is that correct? The majority of the expenses is salaries.
Well, just to back up, Mayor, and then I'll answer your question. So with the expenses And the anticipated revenues, the net cost of the animal services division will be 330,000, which is in line, if not less than what the city was paying Second Chance. Additionally, we know now that Second Chance was bouncing checks. So I believe that their expenses were actually higher than what they were receiving from the city. I would probably estimate significantly higher, by about $50,000 to $75,000, so over $400,000. So to answer your question, I think what the net cost for the current animal services is actually lower.
Okay. So salaries of 330. So, and then is there anywhere we have the insurance, the additional, workers' comp and the additional health insurance and the pension and the liability exposure? Is that contemplated in any of these numbers here, or is that over and above the salaries?
No, sir, that's all listed there, separately.
Okay. But now the city, okay, I don't need to get into that. I think we got it. The city has the liability exposure and the workers' comp exposure for the shelter now. Are we getting closer to an animal services vehicle, an actual animal services vehicle?
Yeah, actually, we expect to have a van, coming from the production line sometime in November. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So we just received an email yesterday, actually. Both the vans have already delivered to the dealership. We're just waiting for them to bring them up. So we're hoping to have them by the end of this week or the first of next week.
Just thinking strategically here, the city is now renting the vehicles in many of the departments. Will this be one of the vehicles that the city is renting or long-term leasing? Will the animal services vehicles be rented?
So they're leases, which we actually generate an equity stake in, which means that when those vehicles are sold, that money comes back to the city. But we don't have the operations and maintenance costs. So the benefit of that is that we can obtain all the vehicles that we need in a single fiscal year without necessarily paying for it up front. And as the vehicles depreciate, that's how we're paying for it at that rate. And then we maintain equity in those vehicles. To answer your question, yes, that particular vehicle will be part of that lease arrangement with Enterprise.
Got it. It's going to have crates and they're going to be air conditioned. It's going to be an actual proper
Yes.
animal services vehicle. Thank
Yep.
you. One last question. I'll turn it over to my colleagues. I'm sure I have lots of questions. The general fund, the sales and use tax is projected to be $281,000 lower this year, but the property tax is slated to be $147,000 higher. So are we seeing the effects of the change in the city philosophy towards more of a residential focus as opposed to a commercial focus? And that's not fair for the city manager. This is really what the city council has done in the last 3.5 years has changed the focus from commercial growth to residential, and the focus has been on residential. And I'll just make the observation that it looks like these numbers are starting to reflect that. The property tax, and just looking at the notes on this, the very helpful summary. Thank you, city manager.
Sure.
The property taxes are up as a result of larger property tax receipts generated by new development and higher property valuations. I believe some of that is residential. Is that correct? Or is that mostly commercial, or do we know? Do we have a?
That's all of the above. I'm sure we can get a breakdown from the county, but that's both commercial and residential.
And the sales tax revenue is looking like it's down 3%. So it looks like sales tax, which is, indicative of commercial growth, that seems to be going down. Do we have any knowledge about what are some of the factors behind that decrease?
Sure. Yeah, great question. The decrease in sales tax revenue is primarily attributable to the decrease in new car sales. For a while, used cars were making up for that decrease in new car sales, because with high interest rates, it became a lot less affordable for folks to be able to take on a loan to purchase a new car, but used cars were being paid for with cash. But now used car sales have started to decline as well. And the city of Selma is highly dependent by about 50% of its general fund revenue on sales tax revenues. And so when you have, the Selma Auto Mall not selling as many cars, during COVID, used car sales went through the roof, and new car sales went through the roof at a very unsustainable level. And so now we're starting to see that level out, which we already knew that was going to happen. Fortunately, we have different industries here in town that have helped kind of keep that decrease more stable. We're looking at a decrease of about 3 to 5% in the next fiscal year, but companies like Quinn Caterpillar, which are renting heavy equipment and machinery to construction companies, they're seeing some stability. We have a new hotel that came online. They don't generate a lot of sales and use tax, but the transit occupancy tax is going to be very beneficial for the general fund. But I can say, the short story is that car sales has decreased, which is what's reflected in that decrease in our general fund.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple of questions, City Manager. Let's go back to the parks where you indicated, and I'm just looking at the Pioneer Village here where it says proposed revenues 68,000, proposed expenditures 83,891, net of 15,891, which leaves a balance of 4,286. And I know that we have talked about this in regards to the rental fees and what are we doing to generate more revenue for this park here? Do we know if it's still being rented out is it constantly being rented out? Or are we having some lag time? Because I haven't seen really a whole lot going on over there. And I think something, a park to that magnitude should generate some kind of income if we can do it right.
No, that's a good point. As far as the number of rentals at Pioneer Village, I would probably defer to our recreation supervisor, Liz Martinez. But before, I allow her to answer that, I will say that, a facility like Pioneer Village, even though it's an enterprise fund, it should be paying for its costs. There's a lot of opportunity there to be able to supplement that with grants, which we are actually in the process of submitting a grant proposal to be able to obtain. Ms. Martinez, what was the amount of the grant? I think it was in the $250,000 range, or was the maximum for the grant. To be able to make upgrades that will make it more appealing for people to rent that facility, right? So there are improvements that need to be made, like restrooms, like more lighting, like more parking before we can really expect folks to utilize that facility more. But Ms. Martinez, if you'd like, do you have any idea with regard to the rentals?
Can you hear me? Okay, so so we're actually very busy. Our busy season is spring and fall. And so during the summer, we do slow down a little bit, but right now we are picking up. We will have rentals basically every weekend until, I think at this time, we'll slow down in July, but then we'll pick right back up in late August, early September. And so at this time, we are very busy with the graduation parties out at Pioneer Village. And so we should be generating some more revenue there. And referring to the grant that we are currently working on, it was up to $1 million. So that is what we're currently working on applying for.
That would truly help. Okay. Let's go back to the Art Center. And I think this has been one of my pet peeves because I know that we need to be utilizing that Art Center to its full capacity and we should be profitable. I mean, it's a beautiful art center. It should be utilized for not just for the plays, but we should be able to use it. People mention like even doing a wine tasting, have some kind of a band or, music and it doesn't have to, but it'll generate income. It'll generate, And I think using that to a full capacity is gonna help. Because we do need to find ways and to generate profit. And I think it could be done, because that's it's a nice building. And I don't like we're saying, just going to the event on Friday for the strategic or downtown strategic meeting, there's so many people that said they've never even been in there. And it's pretty sad, because it should be much more inviting, with people that want to do certain events there, and maybe they will generate more income there.
Yeah.
So,
You're absolutely right. And that's a discussion I've had with our art center team about having maybe not specifically theater type events there, but making it, more broadly appealing to the community. You shouldn't have to buy a ticket to get into the art center, right?
right.
And so we're working on ways to not just increase the revenue, but to diversify the activity there.
Right.
Yeah. And by the way, the Cultural Arts Fund 605, I mentioned in my presentation that that's the only one that's in deficit right now. So I've tasked our community services team to come up with ways to increase our revenue, to start taking a chunk out of that deficit every year. Really, it started going into deficit since COVID because they lost the ability to really put on any shows. And so now we have to kind of make up that ground through more programming.
Anybody else on council?
Yeah, I got a couple of questions. Just gearing back up on what Councilwoman Guerrero was stating, since the last 2-3 years, I've been bringing up the fact that what are we doing with the art center? I've been wanting more active with our community and our school district. I feel that that's probably one of our biggest assets for our community to do outreach for after school. And one of the things that we can look at is that we're investing since 22-23 to 24-25. It's increased, but our revenue has decreased. So there's a miscommunication somewhere where we've been stating that we've been wanting to get more aggressively and getting our community. I've also stated that our seniors should have either once a week or once a month a movie day at 10 or 11 o'clock, come to the theater, and and then I see that we have restrictions. I'll be going back into this. I've had a meeting with the superintendent in regards to what the school district would love to see, and the interaction with the school district and the city, where we can actually get them, the school students, more. I understand that the art district gives them the ability to apply to be in the place, but I think us being the residents and us feeding the revenue to this should have an extra kick. And I think that the communication from the council to the arts board is not getting there. There's a miscommunication. And I think that needs to become a little more louder or something. Why do I say that? Because we have to sit here and approve monies that goes to that organization that's in the red. So I just want to make sure that's a really big, loud statement in regards to, we need to really look at how we're going to navigate working together. I want to see a little more reaction in that. I also want to just state, what's the difference between sales tax and development? This council in the last couple of years decided to invest multi-million dollars into our infrastructure, because if you look at the intangible, what we did is we had our developers, we told them, look, you don't have the revenue to build the infrastructure. We're going to build it, but we're going to also have development agreements. And that's an intertwined, that's a joint venture between a developer and the city of Selma. What's the intangible? More homes, more revenues to restaurants, more interaction to downtown, more people going to school districts, more ADA. So these are intangibles that nobody talks about. That's an investment that's not popular, but at the end of the day, those are things that have to be done. And 2.5 years ago, when we started this project and we started this task, it's not the most beautiful thing, but it's something that's infrastructured for tomorrow morning. It's going to bring us a revenue. And I just want to state that there's no difference between having a investment in housing or apartments than sales tax, because those homes bring sales tax. Those homes do go shop. Those do go invest. So it increases our general fund. So they're hand in hand. I don't look at them as one or the other. In regards to the budget, I see us right now, when we began in the city council, when I got into city council, we were at 12 to $14 million. Right now, we're at 21 million. We've dropped off, but that's a strategic disciplined investment from our city council to the community to see growth. But I want to state this, when you have a governor asking our mayor to meet and having them increase and work on our housing element, there's a need. There's a need for housing in our community. When you have a governor asking you to increase your housing in your apartments because there's a problem with our housing element, and that occurred a couple of years ago. So we're not only bonded by what the governor wants and what they're asking for, we're also bonded because our community members have left our community because they need to develop. They need to find a home. So when we talk about that, let's be realistic on, is it a versus or versus? It's not. It's about the housing brings sales tax and brings participation to our community. So, but I really want to go back to the fact of, there's two items that I want to really, big concern is the Cultural Arts Center. And I also want to make sure that we go back to our Public Works Department. And our Public Works Department, and the reason why I bring that up is because I do know that a lot of my community members have called me and said, hey, what about this? Why isn't this getting done? Why isn't this getting done? And you know, it's going back to the old saying, you want it, you got to pay for it. So when we have our public hearing, I'm inviting every community member to come to our public hearing. And if you don't want to pay a certain percentage to have your streets cleaned or your maintenance cleaned, come and tell me that so I can vote that way. But understand that tomorrow morning, if you see a street and you see this, the landscaping down, that's because that's what we wanted. So in regards to these two, these are very important. Right now, we're in the stages of looking at this, but at the same time, I want to make sure that these are very important areas and we stick to it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I have another question for Public Works since Trujillo brought that up. I just want to confirm, are we fully staffed in the Public Works Department?
We are not, but we're working on that. We're actively recruiting. We've had three people that have been released in the last 4 months. Two of them on probation and one for other reasons. So we were already down 4 positions, but we're actively recruiting right now, trying to staff those positions.
Yeah. In other words, the positions are budgeted. It's just filling them.
Right.
Mhm.
So we're down four people, pretty much.
Yeah, with 4 or 5.
4 or 5 will hurt.
Guys are still getting it done though.
Yeah, they are. Okay. I think that's it. We're good.
Okay, any comment from the public? Come on up, sir.
Okay, I'm on now.
There you go.
2209 Thompson. I just want to say on the animal services budget, wow. 300 and some thousand plus 86,000 for benefits. It's a lot of money. You know, and I'm with a lot of the people here. You see it on Facebook all the time, pictures of the dogs not getting picked up. They're running rampant everywhere. I know you keep saying they're doing a wonderful job, but myself and a lot of people in the community will disagree that more needs to be done, you know? And hopefully they step up to the challenge because we need to take care of the animals. The other one is the Cultural Arts Center. I just want to give kudos to Nicolette and her staff, the Selma Arts Council, because you know what? You should be proud of those people. They're providing a service that a lot of these towns, anywhere, not even Fresno has a program like Selma. A lot of these actors that come over here, the parents bring them over here every day from faraway places, Fresno, not just Selma. A lot of them come to come. They do come and spend money. They bring their kids, they go eat. You know, they do a lot of different things. So you need to support the program because it provides a service that nobody else does around in the valley. If you want to go to a play in Fresno, You go to Roger Rocca's, $120 for a show and a meal, really? And just so you know, the Art Center gets funded a lot by Measure K. I know it goes into the general fund, but the citizens of Selma voted a long time ago, Measure K for kids. I don't know if you guys weren't even around when that happened, but a lot of that funding comes from that. So let's not forget that when we keep saying that they're in the red. Of course, they're not a moneymaker vehicle. They're here to provide a service, just like Parks and Recreation, you know? You can't make a lot of money of these little kids playing T-ball. You provide a service, that's what we're here for. I've been a member of the Community Service Commission for almost 20 years now. And our motto is recreation, not make money. That is not our motto. Recreation. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Rosemary Allen East, 2565 Almond Street. And I just, he brought up Measure K, but I didn't see Measure K special funding in your budget. Do we still have Measure K funding?
Measure K is not something that I'm aware of. Are you talking about the transit occupancy tax? That does go into the Cultural Arts Fund. Mhm.
Okay, because I didn't see it in your budget up there, so I was wondering.
Yeah,
How
so
much money do you guys get yearly for the Measure K, and is it going for what it's intended, which is for the kids?
mhm.
Because I guess Measure K stands for Measure Kids, and it was supposed to go for all the activities. So I didn't see it up there in the budget.
Mhm.
but
It'll be reflected in the final budget document. I think we put in $65,000 from the TOT. Mhm.
Okay. I also saw on your report that you guys have a downtown strategic plan. But what about, do you guys have a city master plan for growth? You do?
Yeah, so that's called the general plan.
Okay.
And so we're in the process of starting an update on it this coming fiscal year.
Okay,
Mhm.
so is it for public view?
Oh, absolutely. The current one is absolutely available to the public on our website. And the process of updating it will also be a public process. Mhm.
Okay, that's the only questions I have for now, but I will be addressing Trujillo when it comes up to the apartments. Thank you for answering my question.
Risa Salas. You were talking about the revenues, and the two things that I noticed were the franchise fee for Cal Water and the cable TV are both considerably lower than they have been in past years. It's about $33,000. Why is that? I mean, Cal Water's a big outfit. They do the water for the whole entire city, for not just our city. Why are their franchise fees lower this year than they have been in previous years? And then cable TV, I mean, everybody's got TV. Isn't that money that we're charging those businesses to do business in Selma? So why should they be getting a break when, I mean, business license, even the yard sale permits have gotten more expensive. They used to be $10 or $20 now. So why are those two entities, franchise tax fees, less than what they have been? Like I said, but between just those two, it's like $33,000.
Yeah, that's a good question. And so franchise fees are typically paid to the city based on the revenue that's generated by those agencies. So, you know, if people aren't using as much water, they're not being charged the same amount, and so the city gets less. Same thing for cable. A lot of folks are dropping cable service so that, you know, they're going to streaming services, and so we don't get franchise fees off of those. And we see we're seeing the same thing with the garbage collection service. So with Mid Valley, because the rates are gonna be lower to the public, well, that means that they're gonna be paying less to the city in the form of that 10% franchise fee. So we will see a reduction in franchise fees from Mid Valley Disposal as well. But that translates to lower cost for the community.
Okay,
on the issue with Cal Water and situations, it depends on it. Honestly, guys, the rates will depend on the use of wattage, rainfall. We have more rainfall, you don't use not that much water, water your plants. Maintenance, it doesn't matter if, where you live in our city. So the cost will be down. Common sense will be, it tells you that, and the logic. You know, on time you use the water summertime. When you, hot weather, stuff like this. But lately, we've been very fortunate. We haven't had that super hot weather yet, so our usage of water would be less right now. So as far as that's the issue with the Cal Water situation. You know, common sense tell you that. That is based on the rain per year and the use of, and plus all these shopping centers, they gone to the, through Cal Water program, we went to the low usage of water, usage of sprinklers and all that to offset that. And that's another savings there on the owners of the shopping centers in our community, and not only community, but also in our other areas in our town that use this program as well. So it's working. It tells me that the program is actually working, guys. Conservation, we're doing a good job. That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody online on the phone?
As a reminder to the caller, please use your raise your hand feature using *9, and we will add you to the meeting queue. Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. With that, we'll bring the matter back to council. This is a discussion item tonight and not an action item. I understand it will be brought back in June, City Manager?
Yes, the final document will be presented to council at the June 3rd meeting.
Great, thank you. Just one last item before we move on and, gosh, probably take a break. There is an item in here, the bid downtown storefront improvement grant program for $100,000. I had some ethics concerns the last time. I want to flesh this out because I don't think it's been really discussed and how we can safeguard this. But we have people on the council who have downtown buildings who are making this policy. I want to make it crystal clear who can benefit from this. We've had Councilmember Trujillo has bragged about his buildings that he owns downtown. I have other people who have buildings downtown, myself included. Are we going to get a listing of who utilizes this storefront improvement grant program and some definitive guides here from an ethics standpoint so that people who make the policy don't benefit from the policy? I really think that that is a potential for having this bid downtown storefront improvement grant program.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to go along with what you're stating, but I'll tell you this, anything that's gonna be done with all my buildings, I'm paying it myself. I've talked to both my people that are renting the buildings. I've been doing it already. But along with what you stated, I got a couple of businesses that called me that are in the area that have stated that we have 2 real estate agents that are also subletting buildings in the affected area that are voting. So I think you're hit it on the nose. I think there need to be, when we do approve this $100,000, I personally, myself, as a business owner, building owner, I would step back away from that and just ultimately, we do not get any grants. Myself, yourself, we fix our own buildings, but at the same time, I think there has to be language because think about this, we have 2 real estate agents on the bid right now that are leasing buildings or own buildings that are leasing those buildings to renters, and they're possibly going to get money. It might not be correctly, but ethically, is it the right thing to do? So I am applauding you for bringing that up. I will state this, I do own a couple of buildings. I don't brag, I just own them. And I'm going to go ahead and fix them myself. I've been doing it. I'm probably the only one, and I want to state this for the record. I've moved my tax office to another building. and I brought another restaurant. And I created and I built a wine room, which I love because I see our residents going there. So I applaud what you're bringing up, but at the same time, I think that we have a problem in the bid itself because we have two real estate agents that are marketing a building downtown that are going to actually be giving people the amount of money to bring that building up a higher level and rent it more. So I think I'm with you. I think we need to go in there and I think we need to exclude ourselves out of there to make sure that it becomes tangible for our people that are wanting to really help out this community.
And I would also want, in order for me to be able to vote for this budget, I would definitely want to have a guarantee that we are going to put in downtown speakers and trees this year. We're actually going to do this. We're going to take this money and actually do it. Or it's going to be impossible for me to vote for this budget because I think, you know, one of the things that we heard about during this strategic plan that so many people went to is downtown just looks barren right now. I mean, there's such good things about downtown, like the Arts Center. I heard that over and over, but there were the negatives, and that was no trees and no lights. So I really want to nail that down as well as also the ethics issue that we just discussed. And also the trees and the downtown speakers. And I know we have another meeting on this, but I want to reinforce how important I think that is. Oh, and just a quick history lesson. Back in 2010, that used to be a furniture store where the Arts Center was. Everybody remember that? And the people who were painting the mural, it collapsed while they were painting the mural on the site in 1948. And they had their paints in there. That's where they stored it. So they got those paints out. Fortunately, they were hard workers and they were painting during that time. But the city had insurance. The city owned the building. The city used insurance for that arts center. So that's really important for the city to use its assets like insurance when it has needs like this. And I think that that was a very good thing for the city to do and to put it in. And this art center has put us on the map, so to speak, in terms of where kids can go and what they can do. And I would also follow up on one of the speakers tonight saying it's really important to have that proper lighting, not only on the street, but also in those alleys too. If performers and performer parents have to park in those alleys.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, you know, with regard to the improvements to downtown, a lot of that is going to be dependent on this downtown strategic plan and the whatever recommendations that the council accepts from that report and decides to fund. You know, obviously the speakers are in there, the trees, the lighting. So what order or how quickly each of those, you know, items are expended is really just down to how we prioritize them as a council.
So is it fair to say that it could be done in 2024, the end of 24, or the first of 25?
It's possible, sure. Yeah, I mean, it just depends, you know, I think at some point we'll have to decide, is the lighting more important or are the speakers more important? Do we want to wait for the speakers until we have some of the more critical infrastructure in, like the trees and the lighting, and then follow up with the speakers? I mean, but that's a decision I think council will have to make.
Okay, with that, we're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll come back for the next agenda item. legs, and we are back for our next agenda item, which is the discussion of development-related fees with regional comparison.
Good evening, council. I have a short presentation that really tries to summarize the review of the fees as articulated in the staff report. So in March 2024, council requested that staff conduct a review of development-related fees. That includes, development impact fees we refer to as DIF fees, as well as building permit, plan check, and inspection fees. Additionally, staff received a letter from a local developer requesting a similar analysis for similar development-related fees as a result of a concern related to his project, which is also on the agenda later tonight. So with that, staff reviewed, or let me give an overview of our existing fees. So current building and plan check, permit, and inspection fees were adopted in 2021 as part of the 2021 fee study update. The fees, which are scaled based on valuation of the project, are based on construction valuation. And for equality and simplicity, staff utilizes the ICC building valuation data, the International Code Council, which updates its average costs twice a year. So it's really when a project comes in, everybody's being measured with the same measuring stick, right? So as you can see, as costs go up, it's a formula-based permit fee for plan check and building permit issuance. Based on, next slide, please. So staff used a valuation of about $5 million, which is about the size of a medium-sized project. Based on this estimate, staff reviewed about nine other cities, and we came out below the regional average of those 9 cities at about $33,141, with the average being about $39,378. Slide, please. With development impact fees, the current program was originally adopted in 2015. The DIF program collects fair share contributions of projects towards incremental growth needs for infrastructure, right? The term fair share gets thrown around when you hear projects contribution to infrastructure, because at a certain point, the cost to put in infrastructure becomes too much for a singular project. So we collect development impact fees to help fund growth-inducing infrastructure improvements, such as Amberwood's, sewer line is a growth-inducing type of project, right? Which would be paid back through impact fees proportionally, as well as other funds that are generated in the event that we need to use those funds. Other improvements are identified in the development impact fee program that range from sewer, storm drain, streets, fire protection, police, public facilities, and parks and land acquisition for park facilities. These types of facilities, as you can see in the chart, vary from agency to agency. So the cost isn't always apples to apples based on the growth policies and the needs of the communities. You can clearly see the City of Selma charges a specific battery of fees, whereas other cities such as Kerman doesn't even charge a law enforcement impact fee, right? So it just varies on the community needs and policies of growth related to that local agency. However, in review of our fees in the regional comparison, next slide, please. For a 40-unit multifamily project, we project out the per unit cost, which is referred to as attached dwelling units in our development impact fee program, is about $16,618 per unit, which would put us above the regional average for impact fees by about 14%. So next slide, please. But when you dive deeper into the structure of our impact fee program, approximately 42% of that is for parks. The city, as part of the development impact fee program and policy of the city council, was to promote more acquisition of park space to increase parks for residents, as well as try and attract developers to show, a betterment of the community by bringing these types of facilities. These type of facilities promote preservation of property value. They promote health benefits, as well as reduce various other impacts such as urban heat island effects. So as part of that, the city increased its Quimby Act allocation from 3 acres per thousand to 5 acres per thousand. However, the impact fee program also included various regional facilities such as a regional park as part of the overall calculation for the improvements in the allocation of the fee for new growth. So if you adjust just the park impact fee alone to be what the Quimby Act is, which is 3 acres per thousand residents dedication, it would bring the city's rank from 7th to 5th, which is right at the average, or if you eliminate it altogether, it would make it second. So we're right in line from a policy standpoint with, I believe, where the council has adopted those fees to be with regard to new growth. The city is currently undergoing an update to the DIF program. So we will be reviewing these fees, updating the project list, the needs of the community for new growth, while also taking into account the regional, average, so that we're not too high, too low, trying to keep the fees reasonable, but keep in mind the needs of existing residents, but mostly new residents that are generating impacts to existing residents and the need for new infrastructure. Staff has also offered developers various options for paying their impact fees to try and smooth out those type of things through development agreements, subdivision agreements, what have you, so that we're not trying to price out potential applicants with their projects. So with that, one last thing, the payment of impact fees also helps to credit developers when they run out of credit for their own project, to reimburse them for putting in oversized infrastructure. So we have a couple projects tonight that have infrastructure that needs to be upgraded to accommodate growth. Impact fees from all projects go to help reimburse those applicants that take the initiative, that are conditioned to get their project going. When they run out of credit on their own project, we have to find a way to reimburse them through cash, and the payment of impact fees is one way to do that. So with that, you can tell I drank a lot of coffee tonight, sorry. Staff's available for questions.
Thanks for your report, Deputy City Manager. Does council have any questions for DCM? We have any,
Sure, I have a question.
okay.
Let's go back to page 50.
50 of the staff report?
Regional development impact fees. Larry Kerman. Selma, then Reedley, Sanger. And we're just kind of looking at all their impact fees, and look at where Selma. I'm just wondering, is that on average per unit? You're saying that we're at 16.618?
This is for purposes of analysis. We used an apartment project.
Okay. So is this the same analysis that these other cities are using?
We went and gathered all this data from all the other cities and talked to them, estimated it, got estimates from these cities for this report. In addition, I think a lot of the analysis is also available in the multi-jurisdictional housing element that shows a lot of these costs by agency. So we use that as kind of a starting point and filled the gaps by calling the agencies and looking at fee schedules and calling their departments to obtain how they administer those fees.
Councilmember Guerra, if I can maybe reframe that particular graphic, the attempt was just to do an apples to apples comparison, right? And
Okay.
in every one of these cities, if you wanted to build a 40-unit apartment complex, what are you going to pay in development impact fees? And so
Okay.
what Deputy City Manager is saying is, we went to all these cities, gathered their fees, and then projected out what the total fees would be for that 40-unit apartment complex. And Selma, ranked right in the middle there with the other cities.
Okay. Let me just. I mean, how can we be higher than Fresno?
I mean, there's various items. They get some economy of scale by higher densities with their projects to spread the cost over more units. When you have more units to spread it over, the
Mhm.
cost can be lower per unit, right? They also have other fees that maybe they're not charging from a local standpoint that they charge somewhere else. They have connection fees, water frontage connection fees. This doesn't include impact fees maybe to other agencies like Fresno Metropolitan Flood Control District that you have to pay in the city of Fresno and Clovis. That is technically an impact fee to infrastructure, but it's paid to another agency.
Can you address, Deputy City Manager, some of the fees, that are outside of the city's sort of scope?
Absolutely, absolutely. So just in the city, we have SKF that has fees, Cal Water has fees, PG&E may have fees. You have San Joaquin Air Pollution Control District that has their own fees. School districts have developer fees as well that they adopt through their facilities plans, as well as in Fresno County, you have the Regional Transportation Mitigation Fee, which helps fund Measure S.
We have any comments from the public? Come on up.
Rosemary Alanis, 2565 Almond Street. So I'm looking at the Quimby Act, which was established in 1965, and that was in response to the increased rate of urbanization and the need to preserve open space and provide parks for California growing communities. This act allows local agencies as a city to establish ordinances requiring residential subdivision developers to provide land or in lieu fees for park and recreation purposes and allow those agencies to specify acceptable uses and restriction as the expenditures of such lands and fees. So if the 144 apartments goes through tonight, what are they gonna provide as far as parks? I mean,
As part of that project, I believe the staff report has an estimated fee of close to $2 million that would go to the city in impact fees.
so we're not gonna give them a park per your slideshow that says for every 1,000 residents, you're either gonna have a fee or they're gonna donate park space for those residents. I'm just trying to understand.
No, I understand. The impact fee is there to help the city acquire land, develop park facilities that help for new growth. The current municipal code only requires subdivisions of 50 lots or more to dedicate parklands actually as part of their project. The city can accept for smaller subdivisions park facilities, but they're not obligated to dedicate those facilities. The impact fee program is meant to mitigate any project's incremental impact towards new park facilities. So the fee in the 2015 Development Impact Fee Report identifies 5 acres per 1,000 residents for new growth. They estimate the new growth out of the growth projections in the general plan, and then they prorate the anticipated growth and come up with how many acres are needed. They come up with a ratio of general improvements for parks as well as acquisition costs to calculate the fee. And as our fee it's approximately about $9,000 a unit. Single family, I think it's a little bit less. I don't know the number off the top of my head for multifamily. But for the most part, that's how the fee is calculated to allow the city, as new growth occurs, to construct facilities and acquire land to build those facilities to accommodate new growth. So our existing our existing residents and the facilities in their neighborhoods aren't severely impacted by new growth.
Okay, I kind of disagree with that because I'm not as learned as you are, but we have 255 units going up in our area and you're trying to say we're not going to get any kind of park to accommodate those new residents? Plus 500 behind Food for Less, from what I
Just going
understand.
over because he was talking.
So 500 behind Food for Less, 41 on Nebraska, 155 on Highland in Nebraska, and then 40 or 41 by Economy Market. So they're just gonna have Ringo Park for all those families? You don't have to answer because I know we're not supposed to have a
No, I think the conversation is appropriate, Ms. Alanis. So I think Deputy City Manager, if I may, the apartments behind Food for Less, you're referring to the parcel that's on Floral Avenue.
I believe so.
So that
Yeah.
one actually will be building about a 5-acre park, if I'm not
Okay.
mistaken,
Okay.
to serve that community,
Mhm.
or to serve the residents of that area. I think, and I wasn't here when the development impact fee was implemented for parks. The goal there was to be able to raise enough money to not just, build a park, but to build a large enough park that would support,
Right.
all these units, new units that
Right.
are coming in, right? And so, that's really the goal there, to be able to, because, we could ask the developers themselves to build, a park that is commensurate to their project size. But there's some downsides there, because then, for every project, the city has to maintain each of those little parks, right?
Right.
And it's not as big of a draw for families to go to these little parks than it is to go to a larger, let's say, regional park, for example. And so I think that was the spirit behind that fee. And so over time, we'll collect enough money to build a larger park to serve all of those. But if the project is large enough, like that project off of Floral behind Food for Less, they definitely should build a park to meet the needs of their residents. And a 5-acre park is not a small park. It's a pretty good size. I hope that answers your concern.
Yes, it does. So when the 500 apartments go in, those residents of that apartment complex will receive a park. Okay. Okay, I'm just trying to understand the Quimby, and I know that you could either have parks or developer fees. So it's up to the city what they want. Yeah, so I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Anyone else with a comment at this time?
Name's Joe Hernandez and I live on 2032 Jasper Street. My question is,
You want to turn your of the mic on or speak into it,
was it?
Joe?
Okay.
Mr. Hernandez?
It's on, I think. The light's on anyway. But anyway, I'm just a little new to this, familiar. Anyway, I just want to know any homes and how many apartments. Now, where are the apartments going to be and where are the homes going to be? And because I am in favor of homes, because people that buy homes usually take care of their homes. But people that usually get apartments, anybody that can get in them will get in them. And I know that when they don't look after the apartments, that an apartment can ruin a whole neighborhood or even the whole side of town. And that's what I'm worried about. If it's come up on our side of town, where I live on Jasper Street, or just off of Nebraska Avenue. And from my understanding, the apartments are going to be out in that direction. As it is, we have the Nebraska apartments, and we get another apartments, and you know what that's going to happen. They're going to start claiming territories and all that. And next thing you know, we're going to have to get more policemen. We're going to have to get, because I was there when the Nebraska apartments first got in there. They were supposed to be high-class apartments. They were charging so much money. They couldn't rent them out, so they started lowering their prices, and before you know it, they were renting to people that it was just seems like there was a big mess there, and it took them years to get it under. It's not under control 100%, but at least it's better than it was at one time. That was a very bad place to be, and I just want to know how the city's gonna, what they're gonna do as far as apartments going up in that area. Are they gonna be policing? Have to pay more taxes to fence them in and all that stuff, My question, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your question. Anybody else with a comment?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Honorable City Council members, Nick Sahota. I'm the one of the who wrote the letter to the council members on this. Yeah, regarding these impact fees, and like Mrs. Guerrera said, that compared to the other towns, we are way higher on it. And this is development impact fees is like, if you look at the page 50 that had it before, and we are way higher than Kingsburg, Fowler, and Fresno, and Tulare. And why? Because Kingsburg is growing. People's, they're putting in a downtowns apartments, they're putting everywhere, housing. And I think I requested for transparency on how did they come up with these fees in 2015, that multifamily versus single family. Single family housing make a sense that you're gonna pass on that to somebody else, that fees, and when you buy the homes. And when you do the apartment, then that goes long time for the developer to be recapped that money on it. And just alone, that 16,619 just for the impact fees, we are not talking about other fees, the plan review fees, the grading permit, building permit fees for the city. Plus, we are talking about the SKF, which is another big expensive for the developer. Then we're talking about the Cal Water. That's another fees for the Cal Water. Then school fees, then regional transportation fees, San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution District. Our city of Selma is almost valuation of total project. It's almost like a 25 to 30%. I never seen it. I developed Lara units on Lara cities. I have a proof here. I will talk to when another project come. I'm gonna show you guys a proof on it that we are way higher here in Selma compared to the other. That's why the people don't develop it here. That's the reason. And for single family, it does make a sense. For multifamily, I think there's just something is going on. And that's what I when I requested on it. I did not get a clear answers on the what Keen is a representative. And I'm seeing that our fees are, how can it be higher than Fresno? How can it be higher than other cities are neighboring? Why? Where is the lag? And that's why 2015, the people hasn't developed any apartments here, hasn't do that. And for single family, it does make a sense. And that's what the developing fees are. So I will talk later on this. I will have more details and maybe give you guys more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody with some more input? Have anybody on the phone or online with input on this topic?
As a reminder to the caller online, please use your raise your hand feature by dialing *9, and we will add you to the meeting queue. Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. That will bring the matter back to council. This is a discussion item. We're having a good, robust discussion. I think that's why we brought this matter up, and I thank you, Mr. Sahota, for your letter. And I think these need to be looked at. I know in 2015, remember we didn't have that mall over there where Starbucks is now? The reason we got that mall in is we lowered the development fees there. That's why you had that 2015 study. And that's exactly what led to that mall coming in right there. So now, as I said earlier, since 2020, this city with this council has moved in the direction of residential and new homes and new affordable housing. And we had, before that time, we had a park at Rockwell Pond. We had a $4.5 million parks grant, and we were going to move forward on that with that grant and put in a regional park and buy that land from the city there. The council changed direction. They just changed direction. They just wanted to move in another direction. They didn't want to go. They did not want to put out the resources for that park. The idea is not dead. It's just this council, the majority of this council just moved in another direction. So that's why we don't have a regional park right now. In terms of that park with that development that you're talking about coming up tonight, there is a park proposed in that, but the city doesn't want there to be a park there, right? Because there's an issue there with the maintenance, because every park takes maintenance and water and all that. It's very expensive. So we'll get to that. I don't want to skip agenda items. But the Yeah, the plan check is right in there with Selma. It's the development fees that are really high. And I know I wouldn't vote for sky high development fees for a park. I think we ought to look at those again and look at that percentage, 41% for parkland improvements. I mean, I've been saying all along, we just need to focus more on commercial too. If you look at that 1,000,000-gallon water tank there on 43, it's a big intersection. We could put a Costco there and get all sorts of sales tax, and there'd be no traffic problems there. So we need to recruit that too, while at the same time, we put in single family housing and we put in multi-family housing. But we can do both, we should do both, and we have to do both to stay competitive. All right, with that,
So,
we'll,
I just have a question.
okay.
Just to get clarification, because I understand what Mr. Sahoda's issues, or his concerns are that, but my understanding, the way I read this report and in the presentation, is that Fresno doesn't have SKF. Fresno doesn't have, Cal Waters. They don't have, probably, well, they may have the school fees, but there's things that they don't have, and we don't, the city of Selma does not have control of those charges, is the way that I read the staff report. The other thing is that why we're lower than Kingsburg. Kingsburg doesn't charge for law enforcement. They don't charge for solid waste, again, because that's through SKF. The groundwater recharge, I guess that's Cal Waters. But so I mean, it's hard to really compare apples to apples unless you actually, like you did here, is spell out everything that these fees include, right? And so, again, we can't not charge Cal Water. We don't have any control over those things. So, I mean, I understand, like I said, his concerns as far as, it is expensive, but that's based on a policy that was made in, 2015 about these parks, right? So if we, like you mentioned, if this council says, well, because his apartments, and I know that we're talking about it later, but we have that 10-acre park that's going to be, within short distance away from there. So, I mean, is that something that we could revisit about that, that Queen Bee Act or what have you? I mean, is that something that council can relook at and maybe, not charge that because of the regional park that's going out there on Thompson? Because it'll be within that vicinity, right?
Are you talking about on a project by project basis, looking at that fee or overall? Because the 5 acres per 1,000 residents,
That's a
it's in the general
general
plan.
plan, okay.
The 3 acres per 1,000 residents is
The
the
Queen-
Quimby Act, maximum or minimum, I think. And so, yeah, council can, through the general plan process or even just a separate process, change that fee. If you're asking on a per project basis, that becomes a little more difficult because then, the 10-acre park is not a regional park. It's more of a neighborhood park or community park based on the descriptions in the general plan. But, we're always looking at that as to how close an existing park is to the development and whether that park currently is big enough to serve the residents of the new development. And if it's not, then normally we would want a new park to be built. If it is, then that's an opportunity to, have those impact fees collected so that then we can put it towards a larger park somewhere else. Yeah.
And that makes sense. Okay, go ahead.
The other thing I would say, which is kind of lost, is the incremental impact that impact fees cover is a CEQA issue as well. Impacts are generated by projects that are subject to review under the California Environmental Quality Act. So impact fees allow for incremental mitigation of a project's impact to city facilities, which is a criteria that is reviewed under CEQA. If you don't have impact fees or you eliminate some fees, you have to mitigate that project's impact on a case-by-case basis, and it may include acquiring land and putting in a park for one development. The impact fee program allows for incremental mitigation to be satisfied on a project by project basis. So by eliminating fees or deferring fees, you do run into a potential issue with the California Environmental Quality Act as well.
Thank you for that clarification.
I just have one last question. I just, after hearing Mr. Sahota, because I'm not a developer, but he brought up some good points in regards to the concerns of these fees. Because we're looking at it, if you're looking at this and we're trying to get developers to come to our city, because he's absolutely right, we haven't had any growth. We haven't had, we're wanting a Costco or we want Smart and Final, but we can't get them, you know? But when you look at fees like this, how's this gonna attract? And when you look at Kingsburg and you look at Fowler, well, they're gonna look at these fees and say, that looks a little more attractive. I mean, I just want to make sure that we're not gonna lose business because we have higher fees. And we're all three in prime locations. And we've always said that. So I'm just saying, he brought a concern that we really need to really look at.
And staff is offered to work with developers to understand what a payment plan looks like for them to kind of smooth it out, to allow them to finance their project without taking significant, considerations out of maybe their own pocket, higher interest rates, what have you. I think that's been stated in a couple of the staff reports this evening, as well in the report tonight, that we're willing to work with developers to figure out a way for them to pay their fees, ensure that their impacts are mitigated under the impact fee program. The other thing to remember, as we've stated, in other communities, they don't charge some fees, but what's their policy for that infrastructure? In Kingsburg, perhaps they don't charge an impact fee and they require the developer to put in all the sewer. We're still waiting for confirmation from their community development department on that fact. Because as with the city and SKF service agreement, we're responsible for funding growth of new infrastructure in the city. And one way to do that is through the impact fees. If we don't do that, we either need to take it out of the general fund, find grants or other financing resources to fund new growth. So it's a give and take, and it's a policy decision. 2015, the city council chose the policy of having impact fees to help fund incremental growth and mitigate impacts of new growth. Staff, whether at that time, but we're doing it now, is willing to work with developers to negotiate how they pay those fees, but ensuring that the city's infrastructure for growth is still funded appropriately.
Let me ask you a couple of questions, just so I can, we're talking about impact fees, right? So if we waive some fees, it's gonna impact our impact streets, our master plan street fan, right? It's gonna lower the streets. We'll probably get some mid-level streets, standards of streets. We're also gonna lower the standards of the park because we're not gonna be able to get a park that we actually want for our residents. We're actually gonna get probably 2 lights to every street, not 5 lights like we would want, our standards have, right? And when we were talking about five items ago, we were talking about landscaping. Oh, you're charging too much landscape. We wouldn't be able to house and take care of our landscaping, correct? So those are all impact fees that are gonna impact our residents and our neighborhoods, correct?
For the most part, yes.
For the most
With regard to landscaping, that is an assessment that's paid for, but it's outside of impact fees, but
Okay,
point is well taken.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, we're individually voted in. We individually represent our constituents. If our constituents want lower standards and want to pay less to our department heads, then lower the impact fee. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what you want. So for me, if you regulate and have standards, you want standards because what's the wishful thinking? Oh, why don't we have it like Kingsburg? Why don't we have it like Fowler? Because they don't come to the city and say, can you lower my rates? I'm just talking truths. So at the end of the day, take the sugar coating out of the thing and say, hey, if you guys don't want to pay the standards, don't pay them. Vote no. But at the end of the day, when you drive that neighborhood, it looks ugly. don't blame the council or blame the council that actually voted for that, because those are substandards that you're asking for. You're asking for substandards, and I'm just talking one line for another. If we want to lower the standards, then let's go to the next and lower the standards. But at the end of the day, we won't have, it will be exactly as it's called. It will be an impact to our community. So that's just what I gotta say, and I just, we're businessmen. You invest, you pay. You invest, you pay.
I get the
Oh.
zero sum argument, but look at our results. Look around you. Since we've been open for business, look around you. What do we have? We're mostly residential because the council is saying we want residential. That's where they're steering.
I think without.
I'm not really asking for a discussion. I'm just like to speak and then you can speak, council member. So I think, we're not getting anywhere with these exorbitant parkland improvements, development fees. Where's the park? Where is it? With 41%. I mean, gosh, let's go back to 3, make a general plan amendment or do what we have to do and make this allocation more reasonable so that we can attract more development without sacrificing quality. No one ever said it was going to be easy, right? I mean, this is the art of building a city, of finding a median, an equilibrium point between cost and between quality. And quality of life is what we're all want. That's what we're aiming for. That's why we're here tonight. Quality of life for our residents. And developers are always going to want lower rates. That's true. Absolutely. That's the business. But that has to be balanced by the needs of our citizens. And taking a look at this tonight, it really does look like parkland improvements. That percentage is out of whack. Because we don't have a big park. We don't have a regional park. We haven't had one since 1989. It's not working. This percentage is not working. If it's chasing away developers, let's lower it. And we can do that without sacrificing parks and public safety. Because residential housing does create impacts on public safety. Just does. And that has to be accounted for. And as the deputy city manager said, there's also CEQA to take into account because nothing can freeze a project faster than a CEQA lawsuit, as the city found out in 2011 and 12. So, yeah, I think it's important to take a look at these, especially these development impact fees, and find another way to fund parks, to fund a regional park. Okay. Any other input, and then we'll move on. Our next item is item 3, which is a City of Selma Sparks Department update.
All right, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I will be providing the Sparks Department update along with my colleague Nicolette here. So we're going to tag team this presentation and yeah, we'll just get to it. So if you can go to the next slide. So under the Community Services Department, we were lucky enough to receive some some funding from the council, from our general fund to provide more community events for our community. And so these were events that we put on through our department. And so our goal was to plan and create 4 seasonal events. And so started back in October with Pumpkin Palooza, which was our fall festival out at Pioneer Village. Then we moved on to our holiday event, which was Grinchmas in the downtown area. We did move on to the spring extravaganza, which was supposed to be an egg hunt, but unfortunately due to the weather, we did have to downsize a little bit. And so we did do pictures with the bunny, with the coloring contest and all that good stuff. And so We also celebrated Earth Day for the first time this year, and so that was a wonderful tradition that I hope to continue every single year. We had a wonderful turnout. We had a lot of fun games. We ended up purchasing one of those really big parachutes that a lot of the kids in the 90s and early 2000s used to use in elementary school. And so the best activity that we had out there was actually playing with the parachute. And when the children got tired, they actually sat down around the parachute and started playing Duck, Duck, Goose. So it was the cutest thing ever. So again, it was a wonderful partnership with Home Depot and Mid Valley Disposal. They joined us out there. And so what we do have upcoming at this time is our summer series. And so if you flip over to the end of your packet there, I do have some draft flyers that will be going out to the community, hopefully by the end of this week. Again, they're draft flyers, they're not official flyers. I didn't have them in the presentation. I added these today. And so the first one's going to be the movies in the parks. Or our goal for our summer series is to have activities for our community 3 Fridays in June. So June 14th, we will be playing Lilo and Stitch, and then June 21st, we will be playing The Sandlot. And so that information will be out to the public again, hopefully by the end of the week. And then the last event that we are planning for this summer series is a joint collaboration with the Downtown Bid. So we have contracted with the Marie Wilson Band. They will be having live music, and our goal is to have a vendor fair on High Street similar to Grinchmas. And so more information on that will follow this week, as I will be seeking for vendors, both food and craft vendors, to fill those slots. And so that'll be our summer series. And then in partnership with the Chamber of Commerce, we will be doing our July 3rd event, which is again coming up on July 3rd. It is a Wednesday night this year. So we're hoping to attract a larger crowd than we did last year because it falls on the middle of the week. And so typically people aren't traveling on Wednesdays. They might just wait till Thursday, Friday to leave out of town. And so we are very excited for that. Next slide. Our recreation department, not our recreation department, but our division for recreation focuses on the activeness in our community. And so this year we do have 12 T-ball teams, which is a really good number for us. And we do have 118 players out there. Our goal is to open NFL flag football registration this summer to just get the kids more active in the fall / early winter. And also a goal of ours has been to start up the pick-up sports in the park, which again is something that we're wanting to implement this summer. Basically, that just comes down to having some equipment out at our local parks and rotating between them and encouraging our youth in that certain area of the location of the park to come out and participate in just some structured games with staff there to assist. And then with the Salazar Center getting revitalized at this time, our goal is to also provide some additional programming there. And so with the Boys and Girls Club going back to that facility when it is completely revitalized, there is an opportunity for us to do some programming in the morning. And so that could be anything like a yoga class, a mommy and me class, crafting classes for our youth. And so that's kind of the intended purpose for that in the future. For our adult side, we do have adult softball registration open at this time. And so again, that's open to anyone 18 and older that would like to play. And then we are wanting to start our co-ed kickball league this summer. And so that will usually commence as soon as adult softball ends in late August. There has been some interest from the community about bringing back the open gym basketball program. And so that is something that we are looking forward to partnering with Selma Unified School District to utilize their facilities to have this program. So we are in conversations about hopefully starting something this fall. And then we did have a pickleball camp last spring that was free to the community. We had about 15 participants that went out, and we had some volunteer coaches that were instructing and teaching participants how to play pickleball. So that is something that we are interested in bringing back again this year. Next slide. Senior services. not trying to be biased, but this might be my favorite group. They are just wonderful people. So we are still operating out of Pioneer Village. And so our location is a little bit smaller, but I have wonderful news. Construction is beginning this week for our building across the street. And so we are very excited to hopefully be back in our building this summer. The Danish building is small, but we're making it work. And, you know, sometimes we just got to make the best out of any situation that we have to encounter. And so at this time, we've served about 3,400 meals, even though our regular building is closed. And so that's in line with what we normally serve in our regular building. We're still capturing the same audience. We're a little snug in there, but we're making it work. And so we've served plenty of meals. We've offered 40 Zumba classes, so we've partnered with the gym here in town, Valley Fitness. And so they, the owner's wife, her name is Carrie. She is wonderful. She volunteers at our senior center, our temporary senior center. She comes every Tuesday at 10 a.m. and offers free Zumba classes to our seniors. And so we're very lucky to have her. We've hosted 8 dances since we've this year. So typically we do seasonal dances. The last one that we just had was the Cinco de Mayo dance. And so that one is always a fan favorite. We've done about 85 bingo days and we're still counting. So bingo never ends. They're always asking for more bingo. So we'll always have bingo. We've had about 10 game days and the game days are hilarious. So if you haven't gone on our social media pages, on the Nick Medina page, you can see some of the clips, but my coordinator Ruby over there does a wonderful job of staying in tune with the times, and she'll make TikTok videos with them, and she gets inspiration from TikTok, and the seniors are participating just like anybody else would. And so if you haven't watched them yet, I highly encourage you. We also play movies every so often, and then we've held 10 food distributions at this time, which that is in partnership with Central California Food Bank. We do have a monthly food drive on the 4th Tuesday of every month, and that is still held outside of our regular building. Some upcoming trips that we have are, we're gonna go see Jersey Boys at the Arts Center. So we booked out the first 2 rows in the front for our seniors, and they're very excited to participate in that. We are going to Sky River Casino, which is up north. It is near Sacramento. That trip is actually full at this time, so that is very exciting. We have about 35 seniors that will be taking part on that trip on June 18th. And Sugar Pine Railroad is another fan favorite. It is a train ride and a dinner, so that one's always really nice. You get to ride a steam train under the stars, so we will have seatings open for that relatively soon. I think that's it. Oh, okay. So the last thing that I wanted to touch bases on is, again, like I mentioned before, our senior center construction is starting this week, so we're very excited about that. Brett Linger playground equipment that should have been completed today. Unfortunately, I did not have a chance to swing by, and so we should have the fencing coming off of that relatively soon, as long as we get all the proper green lights on the inspections and all that good stuff. So Brett Linger Park playground will be open to the community very soon, and we will have a ribbon cutting. And so I'll have more information as soon as I finalize a date for that. And then the last thing that I did want to mention is we are currently working on the Parks Master Plan. And so I know there was some concern about our parks, and the city is actively working towards identifying and getting community input on more park space, more green space, because we know we desperately need it. And so in front of you, I have a draft flyer. Again, it's a draft. It hasn't been released to the public yet, but basically, it is a community workshop that's going to be held concurrently with our next Parks and Rec Commission meeting, which is going to be on June 20th. And so that'll be held here from 6 to 8 p.m. Staff from QK, which is the the company that is helping us with our master plan, will be here along with the Parks and Recreation Commission and city staff to kind of guide these conversations to get community input. So I hope you guys can attend that night and give some feedback. And again, I know there were some community members that had some concerns. I highly encourage everybody to come out and give us some feedback. This last week, we did have some interviews, one-on-one interviews with stakeholders. And so I'm still waiting for those results to come back. And that should give us a good idea of how to move forward with that community workshop. So that's the exciting stuff that we have in our department going on at this time. That's all on my end. I'm going to let Nicolette take over and address the cultural arts for us.
Hello, good evening. So I wanted to start my presentation off with just some fun numbers. I think we all enjoy just kind of getting a little overview of what this last year looked like. And when I say last year, I meant from this time last year, we were doing another presentation. So from this time last year, we had over 9,000 people walk through our doors and be downtown. And that's based off of our data. That's with our programs, and that's with the programs that were being housed in our building. So that's just something to be proud of. Out of 54 weekends, 34 of these weeks and weekends held events downtown. 70% of the year, kids and teens were in our building rehearsing or doing projects or classes. And I again think that that's something to be proud of, to know that our youth of our community is in our building and downtown and doing things that are curricular outside, not just sports, but having a different avenue. And then 5 of our productions that we had this year were ASL interpreted. So again, just something to be proud of this past year. So on my slide, I have just some little information from our past events that have happened with our Cool Clip players. So we do have our youth arts, and that is, we did My Son Pinocchio, which had about 46 signups. Tickets sold as listed. We had sold out shows for that production. We are having a theater boot camp coming up soon that will specialize in all arts, set design, special effects, because there are different areas other than just performing arts. And then we'll be coming up with Adam's Family with this youth edition, and our kids are really excited for that show. We're looking to have an average of about 60 signups that we do every month. Every summer. And those performances are listed. Then we go over to our SAC team. Now, our SAC team program has only been around for a couple of years, and it has grown exponentially. We started off with a small group of teens, and now, as you can see in that picture below, we have over, I believe, Mean Girls had about 38 teens involved in that production, and that's just in one show. We had over 1,000 tickets sold out shows. It was a great experience for them. But the most, I think, exciting experience with that group is that we were able to take them to see The Lion King in San Francisco. And that was about 50 CKP kids and teens that got to experience a professional performance, which they were pretty thrown away. And if you haven't seen Lion King, that's the one to see. So this is kind of going off of our arts exposure project. We're trying to get the kids more exposed to arts, not just in our building, not just around the community, but also professional arts, and not just theater, but other different types of art as well. So going on to our next slide is just a list of the events that were performed or housed in our building. I'm not going to go through every single one of these because we'd be here forever, but I did want to take a couple of highlights. So Next to Normal was a theme around mental health. And I know that we like to talk about that the recreation and the arts really focus on our community's mental health. And so we did a show that we also had a talkback night with a licensed psychologist, and who was also with the show throughout the entire process. Another one that was really exciting this year was On Your Feet. That was the life story of Emilio and Gloria Estevan. I felt that it was one of our community's favorite productions this year. Again, over 1,000 tickets sold. We had a live band. It was a very exciting night, something to be remembered. And hopefully we can do something again like that. It kind of goes along with our main shows that are hitting a certain demographic that I'll talk about later. So the rest of our shows, we had a lot of different shows that were sold out, some originals, but not only that, but we did have dance concerts, we had holiday cabarets, we had original works, we had graduations, and we also had a costume band concert that we're hoping to do again this year. One of the other highlights that I would think that the city should be very proud of is that we always do a cultural production every year. And this year we were embracing different cultures. And so for February Black History Month, we had a play series that were based on celebrating Black and African stories. So just a few things that are coming up. And originally Matilda was coming up and now it is over. We had a very successful run, and a couple of really fun things about that event was that we worked with the Selma Library. We took some production photos inside the library, and then we worked with them to put an ad into our program of just how kids could get more involved in their library. We're hoping to work with them more coming up with some of our free community events. So we've made that connection. One that, again, Liz mentioned is that we're very excited about is Jersey Boys. This was something that, again, is just another show that is hitting our community and our senior population. And we're expecting a great turnout for that. Something that we haven't done in a little while that I'm very excited about is we'll be having a summer arts gallery that'll be housed in the theater, and it'll be open during our office hours. So it'll be something cool that people can get, kind of little air conditioning, walk around, see some beautiful art. We're hoping to coincide that with an event, another fundraiser for us that would highlight the art and then have some live music and possibly a poetry reading. If you might see in the middle, we have Evil Dead, and yes, that is based off of the movie. This is actually a really, really popular musical that we're bringing to the Valley, and we're very excited to see where that takes us. And then something else that's listed there that you can kind of see is that we just retained the rights for American Mariachi, which is not a published show. This writer is actually giving us special permission. He's based out of California. He'll actually be with us during the process, and he'll be coming down. And this is about a female mariachi group, and it goes through just the lives and struggles. It's a very cultural piece, lots of music. We're very excited to bring this production to our valley. And then just a couple of other little things that'll be coming up soon. We, of course, have our awards gala. That is a huge fundraiser for us. At least we're hoping that it will be. And then a couple of other fun things that we're hoping to bring this year as far as our Arts and Culture Fest. Again, our band concert, our holiday cabaret that we do, a beer and wine fest. And then, because I came on a good night, I feel. We did talk more about other community events that we can have in our theater. Now, as we've mentioned before, we are a fundraising group. We are always trying to cover funds, and it was a very positive thing to know that everything that we put in investment of our into our programs has come back. So everything that we have put in, we have made back in revenue as far as our programs go. But when we are thinking of things that can't be a ticket, we're trying to bring more of our community members into our building that are free. Is going to take something of a little bit of a challenge, but we're up for that challenge. And we're looking at different events such as a book reading on a Saturday morning, that we would do muffins and we would get the Selma Library involved. Another one is a senior movie night. So we already had that on the list, which we're really excited about. We'll sell concessions, give away free popcorn. That is something that we're already set up to do, but we'll be working with the rest of our community service members to get this going. An open comedy night, a karaoke night, and a senior holiday crafts event that will happen during the day. We have that scheduled right now in December. And we're hoping to have maybe a couple of booths there and maybe some live music playing while they're making crafts. And then one came, an open comedy night, and that was actually a suggestion that came from our Public Works Department. So I'm really excited to try to get that put on our schedule. So just to follow up, we are excited to go into this new year with the goals that have been set for us, and we will be working very hard to make sure that those goals are met, that we are again continuing to bring in our community with the events that we have, and also creating a space, safe space for our children and our teens.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much for the update. Really appreciate it. Sounds like good stuff happening at the Art Center. Before we move on to the next item, I'd just like to encourage anyone if in the public or up here, we're going to have conversations, have them outside in the lobby. Please, it's just so everyone can hear when the presenters are giving their talk. With that, we'll move on to our first public hearing item of the evening, which is consideration of planning application 2021-0012, a general plan amendment, rezone site plan review, and tentative parcel map to allow for the development of 144 apartment unit complex with associated commercial development and a 0.95 acre park, APN 388-030-26.
Evening again, council. Before you, as the mayor stated, is Plan 2021-0012, which consists of a general plan amendment, rezone, site plan review, tentative parcel map, as well as a mitigated negative initial study and mitigated negative declaration in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act. Next slide. The project location is generally located on the northeast corner of Highland State Route 43 and Nebraska Avenue, directly west of Eric White Elementary School and Ringo Park, south of Fig Street. Next slide, please. The project proposal proposes to amend the general plan land use designation from medium low density residential to high density residential. That's parcels 1 and 2 of the tentative parcel map. As well as parcel 3, which would be regional commercial. The corresponding rezone would ensure consistency between the zoning designation and the underlying general plan land use designation in accordance with state law. Parcel 2 and parcel 1 are currently proposed from R17 to R3 and open space respectively. As we go through the presentation, you'll hear a different proposal from staff about that. And then parcel 3 on the south end for the commercial portion would be zone C3. The tentative parcel map proposes to create 3 individual parcels for each land use, with each portion corresponding with each phase of development. Lastly, the site plan review includes the layout of the 144 unit apartment complex, with the commercial development having to submit a subsequent site plan review at a future date once a tenant and other perhaps parcel map is proposed for that site in accordance with future development. The proposed project, as staff stated, is on the north side of Nebraska Avenue at the northeast corner of State Route 43, Highland, and Nebraska Avenue within the city limits. Next slide, please. Here is the general layout of the tentative parcel map. As you can see, on the north end is the 0.95 proposed park, 0.95 acre proposed park, 10.57 acre apartment complex, and approximately 3.79 acre commercial development. Slide, please. So as part of this project is proposed, the multifamily we'll talk about first is proposed to be built in 2 phases consisting of 9 buildings with 8 units per building for a total of 72 units for each phase. Each building would be 2 stories with approximately 4,000 square feet per story and approximately 1,000 square feet per unit. It would provide a mix of varying apartment units, 2 bedroom, 1 bath, 2 bedroom, 2 bath, 1 bedroom, 1 bath. To accommodate some of the housing needs of the community. This type of project does help with the city's regional housing needs allocation within the housing element. It is not proposed to be affordable. It would be market rate, so more than likely it would help with our moderate or above moderate allocation. Commercial development is proposed as part of, I guess if the apartment project is 1A, 1B, the commercial project would be phase 2 of the proposed development. That would be as analyzed in the environmental document, locally serving commercial. If that were to change, there would need to be subsequent analysis provided to ensure that there aren't more impacts associated with that commercial development. But as currently proposed in the environmental document in accordance with CEQA, it is proposed to be locally serving commercial. As we stated, subsequent entitlements such as a site plan review or dependent on the use such as a conditional use permit would be required when that future commercial development comes before staff and possibly before the Planning Commission and or City Council. The proposed park site on the north end was proposed to be dedicated to the city. Staff has looked at that and feels that that proposal is somewhat duplicative, with Ringo Park being directly adjacent to the project site, as well as the dog park being about a quarter mile away from the project site. Staff has recommended that the applicant reach out to the Selma Unified School District to see if they would be interested in the property and perhaps be willing to provide some sort of credit to development fees for the school district for development of a parking lot or additional classroom space, considering that there's existing parking that backs out into Fig Street close to the intersection of Mitchell and Fig Street. Removing that on-street parking would be a benefit to the neighborhood, to the motorists that frequent the school. It'd be safer for people backing out in that location. Along the frontage of this project, along Fig Street, the street's going to be built out to a local street standard in that location. So removal of that parking would promote better motorist movements. It'd be safer for everybody involved out in that location. Staff has discussed that with the school district, and they're aware of the proposal from the applicant and are looking forward to discussing that with him. If a deal cannot be made, the applicant can propose an alternate use for that site. If staff's recommendation is approved by council, he can incorporate it into the project and somehow provide more open space if needed, or find some other proposed use for that site. With regard to infrastructure improvements, next slide, please. In regard to infrastructure improvements for this project, we'll start with wastewater. This project requires various sewer infrastructure upgrades in order to ensure that wastewater reaches SKF's wastewater treatment plant. One of those improvements is an upgrade to the Sheridan sewer line near McCall Avenue to an 18-inch line that's a replacement. This project is a master plan facility within the existing master plan and would be the type of facility that would be eligible for impact fee credits if it's constructed by the applicant. The applicant can obviously wait for that facility to be constructed by another developer, the city, SKF, whoever. The applicant has taken it upon themselves to reach out and design this facility and construct it and receive credit in discussions with SKF. The impact fees of other projects in the event that there's not enough credit to make the developer whole would be the overage for the upsize would be paid through impact fees to make him whole for that upsizing of that facility. As part of the commercial phase of the project, staff has conditioned the project to include an additional parallel 10-inch line that is also a master plan facility that would serve other projects downstream that would be on the other side of Highland Avenue. Staff currently has a project called it's the proposed Highland Park project, which is another multifamily horizontal mixed use project of apartments and commercial, which would otherwise have to put in this facility. This project, again, would be eligible for impact fee credits or reimbursement if that charge is above, whether it's 100% if the project doesn't use that facility, or a partial reimbursement if they do have to use that facility. In any event, impact fees from future development would go to help pay the applicant back for that facility as well. Staff felt that as part of the frontage development of this facility, they're going to be widening the roadway along Nebraska where the commercial development is proposed. and installing that line at that time rather than tearing the roadway up more than once would be prudent. Lastly, the Clarkson Lift Station project would also need to be completed. I think we have various projects that discharge to Clarkson, which the city's currently working with our contractors to complete that project before the end of the year. For water, the applicant would be required to work with Cal Water to extend the existing 10-inch sewer main from the east to the project. That needs to happen in order to ensure proper potable water sources to the project. With regard to traffic, you would have the widening along Nebraska Avenue along the southern frontage. You would have the widening of Big Street along the northern end and in compliance with local street standards, 60-foot width, whereas Nebraska is actually an arterial roadway. So it would be at a minimum 2 lanes on the north to center line, with possibly a bike lane as well in order to accommodate proper movements in accordance with the city's active transportation plan and the general plan. In addition, some intersections require payment of incremental impact fees to properly mitigate the project. One of those intersections is the Highland and Nebraska intersection, where this project is contributing some impact to that facility. Without the impact fees, the applicant would be required to improve that whole intersection. All intersections identified within the environmental document and the traffic impact study, if properly mitigated either through impact fees or frontage improvements, would operate at a level of service D or higher, which is the minimum standard that the city has adopted within the general plan. So all traffic, for all intensive purposes, traffic mitigation has been mitigated to a level that either meets or exceeds city standards. Additional improvements at Eric Wright Elementary School for pickup at the school facility have been completed along the frontage of the school that have alleviated some of the queuing issues in that neighborhood. Lastly, stormwater. The project will be designed to surface drain to the existing stormwater basin at the dog park along Nebraska Avenue. Payment of impact fees for this project would also help mitigate their incremental impacts for use of stormwater facilities. Next slide, please. For CEQA compliance, the city and the applicant prepared an initial study, which was circulated for the mandatory state comment period of 30 days through the state clearinghouse. Comments were received and a corresponding mitigated negative declaration, along with a mitigation monitoring and reporting program, was prepared in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act and is subject to approval of the city. With that, staff is recommending the city council adopt a resolution to amend the general plan as presented, to rezone the project as presented, allow for the tentative parcel map with various parcel sizes corresponding to the project development. However, staff is recommending, again, that the 0.95 acre park facility not be dedicated to the city for the purpose of duplicative facilities and ongoing maintenance costs associated with that duplicative facility, and allow the applicant to either negotiate with the school district another use or incorporate it into the project. The site plan review is also up for approval as part of that resolution, and then adopt the findings for the mitigated negative declaration in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, as well as adopt an ordinance approving a rezone from R17 to R3 for parcels 1 and 2 and C3 for parcel 3. That staff is available for questions.
Thank you for your report, Deputy City Manager. Does council have any questions before we open up the public hearing to the public tonight?
Yes, I have some questions. You want to go first? Okay.
Go back to the 0.95 acre. You said pull it back because they're gonna go back to that part of the.
As part of the project proposal, the applicant proposed dedicating it to the city. All staff is asking is that council not accept that as a dedication to the city, which would allow the applicant to, that staff's,
Negotiate with
that's
someone
staff's
else.
recommendation not to accept the park facility. As
Got
a
it.
part of that, the applicant has the opportunity to negotiate with the school district
Perfect.
to find some other use of the property.
Okay, well, I have some concerns. Because you're talking about 144 apartments. That's a lot of families, a lot of kids. And I don't know if you're familiar with Ringo Park, but Ringo Park gets very packed all the time. There isn't going to be enough room at this park for 144 children. You're talking about triple, you're gonna triple this number. And it's not fair. And you're talking about 1 acre. An acre's nothing. That's not very big. And it just depends on how you develop that area. It doesn't have to be all grass. It doesn't have to, I mean, there's some nice parks that they do where they put more wood chips. They do probably like a little jungle gym for kids. I mean, they got to get a little more creative. And if you like, I can take some pictures of some that I've seen. They're very sharp looking, but there's no way you're going to be able to fit this many people at Ringo Park with all those kids that are there now. It is too overwhelming. And a lot of these kids and adults play soccer, and that's where they play. There's no way. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm just honest because I live here, I see it. And I see people all the time. They tell me, God, it's bad, Sarah. This park is bad because we don't even have grass. We have pebbles out there. These guys are practicing in soccer. I mean, it's not right. So I don't agree with giving back an acre. If that's what the developer wants to give, it's not going to cost much. I mean, that's what they're paying these fees for.
So as part of any multifamily project, the city already requires the developer to include within the project itself specific open space dedication requirements for recreation in the complex for the residents. In addition, for each unit, I believe it's about 300 feet of open space for each unit. So as part of this project within it already, there's about an acre of open space inside the project that would be maintained by the developer for the residents. As part of the proposal for the park facility, the applicant is also, the proposal was to have the land dedicated in lieu of the impact fees, which is about $930,000. So we can have the $930,000 regardless of whether we accept the park or not. If we accept the land, we still have to develop a park facility, which then is an additional cost to the city because we would have to credit the park area to the developer. So we would have a vacant lot that still needs to be developed. Once it's developed, it also needs to be maintained, which is a cost to the city. Typically within most neighborhoods, you have an LLMD that pays for the assessments of landscaping and or park facilities if you propose a park within a subdivision. In this case, most of the subdivisions around there were developed at a time when park dedication didn't happen. And so parks were not included as part of an assessment district for ongoing maintenance. So if we accept the 1 acre park in addition to the existing parks in the area, we have to shift resources that would otherwise have gone to the existing parks to improve those parks. As part of the impact fees collected, we can either improve Ringo Park to provide more facilities for growth. We can work to acquire land or grants to develop a new park in the area in accordance with the updated Parks Master Plan for that side of town. However, from staff standpoint, with an existing park directly adjacent to the property, as well as the dog park within a half mile, staff felt that it was a duplicative facility. There's other uses for that land that could otherwise help other issues in the neighborhood, such as traffic circulation, and we would still collect the impact fee for impacts to parks.
Well, I wish we were able to see a better diagram, a nicer renderings or something to show exactly what you're talking about. I mean, what we saw there doesn't show me anything. I mean, I'm just concerned about the families that are going to be living there. And the way Ringo Park gets right now, it's too packed at that park. And the parking gets really bad there.
Okay. Hey,
I mean, the staff report is meant as an overview. The site plan of the project itself and the layout of the buildings, the open space landscaping is included as attachment 3 to the staff report.
So I have a couple of.
I apologize.
So I looked at that, but the bigger concern I have is that taking into account that 0.95 acres, taking it from the city, we end up having to pay prevailing wage, we end up having to pay, so it becomes a bigger factor. So I can see that transferring it over or having negotiations with the school district and saying, hey, you know what? We might impact this park, but you know what? We'll gift it to you. The school can do X, Y, and Z, but the school has also the resources to open up because that park is congested, but at the same time, the negotiations they have can actually probably open up a little more. And I like that because that's more of a joint venture where we're getting the school district involved so they can see that there's gonna be an impact, but also some of those kids. And I don't see the analysis coming of how many bedrooms are in each home and how many kids are actually coming, because, you know, things are being downsized nowadays, right? Things are getting downsized. So I don't know what the amount analysis is per the kids, but I agree 100% with about the transition of having them have it, give it over, gifted to the school district, because that takes a lot of resources out of us. So we can go and maintain that other park, the 10-acre park that's pretty close to it. There's a lot of things that can go with that. So I really welcome the fact that you guys are having those kind of discussions. Thank you.
To add to Councilman Trujillo's comments and to add to Deputy City Manager's presentation, one of the factors I believe that was taken into consideration for that recommendation was the development of the Thompson Park right around the corner from this development, right? So if you have, Ringo Park, you have a 1-acre park as part of this apartment, and then you have Thompson Park, that's a very high concentration of parks. You'll have ultimately probably 16 acres to maintain, where that 10-acre park still needs funding, to build out, right? And so that $900,000 in impact fees will go a long way to developing Thompson Park for the residents of this community as well as the other neighborhoods around there.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it's nearby where they're gonna be able to share that park, but we're just saying, I hope it happens, and I hope it happens quickly, because that's a lot of people, a lot of children that where are they gonna go?
Which is gonna come in first, the Thompson Park
Yeah.
or this project?
I'll let the applicant speak to his construction timeline. Staff is currently at about 50-60% construction drawings with Thompson Park right now, where we are looking at finalizing the construction documents within the next 2 to 3 months, putting it out to bid. So Thompson Park could be under construction within the next year.
With that, should we open up the public hearing?
I have a comment.
Go ahead.
So I didn't see the exact unit mix, but I did see that most of the apartments are gonna be 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. So typically for a 2-bedroom, you're gonna have, 4 heartbeats in that home typically, right? And then you'll have possibly 2 heartbeats in the 1-bedroom. So and it's 144 units. So the numbers are not as high as my council partners think that they're gonna be, because you're not gonna have a family of 5 in a 2-bedroom unit. You're gonna have smaller families, especially because, as far as like the industry that I'm in, we have no 1-bedroom units, and those are the ones that typically have a really long wait list because, again, you don't have that. It's usually a single person that's living in a 1-bedroom unit. You might have a young couple maybe that's gonna be living in a 1-bedroom unit, or elderly couple. So as far as, the demographics for who's gonna be in, the population that's gonna be living there, you can't discriminate for families that have children, but basically it's, if you do the math, is occupancy is 2 heartbeats for a 1-bedroom and 4 heartbeats for possibly 5 for a 2-bedroom. So I don't have the exact unit mix, but Am I incorrect? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's a lot of kids.
Actually,
I think usually when you have that many units, like you say, they do have their own playing facility on the property. Because that way, because it's, look at all your multi units, especially with that many numbers. They do probably have more than one, depending on where the location of the apartments are. So I think they would be taking care of that. And if they want to go outside, then it is, but I think they'd be playing indoors first or in the apartment.
That's correct, council member. As staff stated, there's about an acre of open space inside that's required per ordinance, that the project has to provide its tenants.
okay, with that, we'll open the public hearing to the public. Anyone like to weigh in? I understand we have the developers here tonight. Anybody, come on up.
Is it on now? Okay, Rosemary Alanis, 2565 Almond Street. I live right in front of Eric White, and I did not even know that this was coming to our neighborhood, as nobody in my neighborhood was notified. Now, I did talk to somebody and they said the developer only had to notify people that lived 800 feet away from that subdivision. We talk about unity in our vision and your mission, but there was no unity. Nobody notified us. We had no say. And it is going to impact our neighborhood because there's going to be more kids. And I just wanted to go over 10 key points why I would like this and the other two items on the agenda tabled until maybe we can have a town hall meeting and we can see pictures of what it's going to look like and how it's going to affect us all. So adding zoning density to resident neighborhood encourages absentee owner to replace homeowners which destabilize neighborhoods. Increasing density in a residential neighborhood increases crime. We see that all the time. Density decreases neighborhood involvement. Increased density blocks airflows through established neighborhoods, contributes to global warming by adding more rooftops and more concrete to absorb heat and radiate back to the neighborhood and atmosphere, increases flooding to older neighborhoods. The foundation and drainage systems of older neighborhoods were not designed for density. Light pollution clogged the streets with parked cars and clogged traffic flow. This is to include Rose and Mitchell. That is a nightmare right now. Homeowners prefer to live next to homes rather than apartments, and lower density attracts more homeowners. Density discourages lending on a single family home. The higher the percentage of home ownership in a neighborhood, the easier it is to get a loan. Adding density disrupts neighborhoods. Neighborhoods are fragile and need to be nourished, and neighborhoods the city should protect and make it stronger. They should not add more apartment zoning, which further disrupts the neighborhood. I totally get it that we need more apartments. I get it 100%, but I just don't understand why it's always on our side. Why are we clogging up our area, our neighborhoods? What about over there on the other side of the hospital? What about somewhere north? But why 255 apartments in our neighborhood is unacceptable. I say we table it, have a town hall meeting where all the neighborhoods are represented and can ask questions. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Anyone else want to discuss this item?
I used to live in 2230 Jasper Street. I don't know if you've been to that part of, across the street from, I have grandkids that go to school at Iroquois. I got two of them. And just to drop them off, it takes me about 15 minutes parking just in that little space. There's houses across the Iroquois school. There's houses on the left side, the east side, the north side. They got them all over, and you want to surround that whole school with more apartments? I don't think that that's fair to the people that already live there. Like Rosemary said, it would be 20 or 30 apartments would be fine, but you're looking at over 100, and that's way too many. And it's just gonna be chaos, I think. Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else have any input on this?
Mayor, City Council, City Manager. My name is Jay. I am the developer. Actually, the family is developing this. It's privately owned. That's what we've been working on. So it's taken us some time to get to this point, about 3-4 years. We've kind of been piecemealing it together, making sure that we kind of took into consideration many different things, residents to the north, the city's needs, and then obviously what we were looking at based upon the requirements with the infrastructure, how much it was going to take to get everything going in that. Started off as a small project, but just looking at the investment that we would have to make into getting the SKF to where we needed it to be, really changed the scope of this project to where we're at right now. So a couple of things, not to regurgitate what the Deputy City Manager has kind of already spoken about. One thing I did want to point out was going to the north, we have a gate that goes to Fig Street. That gate is only for emergency vehicles only. That is not for the residents to go that way. So impacting that school, while the children might, well, obviously should be going there to school, we'll be walking over there through a gate that we might have going onto Fig Street, just for pedestrians. That gate that's on the north side is by requirement to have a second access point for emergency vehicles only. All of our tenants will be going south to Nebraska and then going out to Highland or something along those lines to get onto 99 or going south to Hanford or something like that. It's already been discussed. It's not affordable housing, so it's going to be fair market value. So we want to maintain a standard that we bring to that community and really set the bar for other developers that might be coming into that area to know that this is what it's going to be like. I do want to emphasize that while it is privately owned, we will not be operating it on a day-to-day basis because that's going to be one of the requirements. When we go get financing, it's going to be a company that runs it. That does not change the fact that we have a level of standard that we want to maintain. Anything that we've ever operated has to have a certain level. And it's true, if you don't pay attention to it and it starts diminishing, the whole neighborhood goes down. So there's a certain level. This is a long-term investment for us. We're not building it and flipping it and moving on to something else. This is for my kids to take care of after I'm long gone. And hopefully we're a staple here within the Selma community for a long time to come. I will just kind of regurgitate again, I said I wasn't going to, but there is a lot of park space that we put inside these apartments. We wanted it to be self-contained in a certain way, so residents would be able to barbecue, hang out within the confines of the apartment complex itself, and not really have to go anywhere else. And we looked at other complexes in and around Fresno, Clovis, to kind of see what people were doing, and this is kind of the new way of doing it. It's a lot easier to do a barbecue when you've got everything right there at your apartment, come out, barbecue, and then go right back home again. So with that, as always, I'm open for questions if there are any, but we want to be a good partner for everyone involved.
What do you think about that 1 acre strip that the city is saying that it's really not going to be able to use for a park just because it's not big enough for a park and it would be really labor intensive and be costly? What would you do if that's given back to you?
I'm game. I'm totally fine with that. It's something that we proposed. And the deputy city manager was up front. Hey, we don't want that because of the extra cost that we would incur to build it out and then maintain it. It might be in your best interest to work with the Selma Unified School District to see if they want that space. And as mentioned, with all the impact fees, there is an impact fee associated with the school district. So maybe we could talk and, here's some land, here's some fees that are getting waived for you. Everyone wins, plus we get to develop the Fig Street on that side and make it a little bit more what people would want. I'm a parent, I live in a cul-de-sac. I know what it means to have a safe street for kids to be playing around at. And like I said, I don't want to contribute towards that, and we're not going to be contributing to that Fig Street traffic. But if we can improve that for everyone involved, that's what we definitely want to do.
And what's your build out time period on this?
We're hoping to break ground next year, but it'll be about 10 to 11 months is what I've heard from the general contractor. So we wouldn't be ready till back into 2025.
Okay, so
That's the first phase, by the way, only.
First phase.
Yeah, 72 apartments. The other 72 would be the following year at the end of 2026.
So that 10 acre park, the Thompson Park, will be built before the Sings project will come up, will come in. Is that correct?
I mean, not necessarily. The timeline on that project still depends on the funding. We have until 2028 to build out that park. So There's still a lot of variables there for that timeline.
And how many kids would the internal park
It's just open space that
accommodate?
accounts for, it's about an acre. So we've got various different spots in and around, but we're not building a park per se. It's just more space that people can,
Or
you know,
soccer?
yeah, some small stuff.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah. So now that clarifies, it makes sense. And I'm glad to hear that because like you said, you went around Clovis and all these other cities and you see what they're doing.
Right.
That's important. And I really appreciate that because if they have children, they'll be able to go outside and kick the ball or do what they want to do. So I think I definitely agree and I think that you're on the right track and I appreciate that. It just, like we were saying, it would have been nice to have seen, and I get it, you're at the beginning of the stages and
Right.
and that happens. So sometimes I'm a visual person. I always kind of like to see what's, everything in front of me. So now that, you've clarified that, it makes me feel better.
Okay, good.
So.
And you're not apartment flippers. You are in this to stay.
We are. This is a long-term investment for all of us, for the entire family, like I said. If you want me to put that in writing, I'd be more than happy to.
Well, I think Mr. Hernandez said, he remembers when the Nebraska apartments came in, those were also market rate and
Right.
they were advertised and marketed as upscale apartments.
Right.
And they didn't last. That didn't last. When the economic realities of paying the mortgage and making money
Agreed.
intruded, that changed.
Right. And that's something that obviously I can't talk to what's happened in the past or any other project. I can only talk to what we're working on and what we're focused on. And what I told the city manager when we first started this project, these apartments that if need be, I'll be happy to live in with my family. That's kind of the benchmark that I've set for myself.
Okay. With any other public input, come on up. Thank you, sir.
Teresa Salas, 1701 Dinu Avenue. I'm on the Planning Commission. This came before the Planning Commission. And some of the public's concerns when they came up to the Planning Commission were that, like the people north of that development, had been assured that this area was going to be single-family dwellings. So they were upset about that because they felt like that was going to have an impact on the values of their own property. It is market rate, but it is in a lower income section of Selma. So how those people more than likely aren't going to be able to afford something of that caliber. So you might just have a whole Nebraska apartment situation again. If you can't get those apartments rented, then where do you turn? How do you get them filled? You can't have empty apartments, obviously. So that is, and on the other hand, you have lower income people, so you have more than one family living in a 2-bedroom apartment. Those things, I managed some apartments that were market rate and I saw that happening because there were no other apartments available and this apartment wasn't cheap because it wasn't low income. So they'd get a couple of families in there to try to be able to pay the rent and still have housing. So, I like to see more apartments in Selma. We do need them. Like I said, I managed some apartments. We were never empty. The minute I had an apartment, it went because there are no market rate apartments in the city of Selma. We do need it, but it's like Rosemary said, there are other areas in our community that might benefit from something of this scale more than that section of town.
Anybody else with any input? Do we have anybody on the phone or online like to participate in the public hearing?
As a reminder to our callers online, please use your raise your hand feature and we will add you to the meeting queue. For the caller calling in, please use *9 to raise your virtual hand. Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. With that, we'll close the public meeting and bring the item back to council for discussion and dialogue before a motion is made and a vote is taken. Does council have any further dialogue before a motion is made?
Just a couple of comments. Just, like to just congratulate you on a good presentation. The 144 units are, it's a conflicting, as a city council member, it's a conflicting area because we actually talk about where does everyone fit, right? But, we also have our governing bodies that tell us, hey, you guys need to come and bring these. There's expectations of what you have to do to provide a reasonable shelter to a resident of your community. I look back at, and I never, I did. The first step of before purchasing a home was an apartment, right? I mean, just to try it, right? And we haven't had that, just like everyone has stated. So I thank you for the good presentation. I thank you for the commitments you're giving as your family. I respectfully tell you thank you and good luck. And I wish you all the luck in the world because you're adding to our community. And we need that. So thank you.
Any other comments?
And again, I also thank you and I hear you. I'm in the, property management field. And so what we look at as far as, in the agency that I work is it's deconcentration, right? So we're not trying to concentrate a specific population somewhere. And this would be a good opportunity to deconcentrate that. We're assuming that it's only going to be families that are lower income that are going to be in that apartment complex because you're asking market rate. Market rate is usually, and I think the law is you can only ask for 2 times the deposit, and there's a certain amount of rent that you charge. And then with a good property management, if you have someone on site, they're gonna know when people are living there illegally and then deal with it through your leasing process, right? So again, what I see is I see this apartment complex as a deconcentration, we don't want to concentrate a specific population or a specific income bracket in a specific area. Like I think I can't remember if it was Mr. Mayor or Councilman Trujillo mentioned that, the governor says you have to have X amount of units. And with this this family is going to bring 144 units of apartments and also commercial. So we're not just doing apartment complex. We're talking about not having the commercial. This is having both, while we're also giving back to the school. We need these families. It may not be Selma residents. We might have people that, can't find anything in Hanford, and this will be an easy commute for them to go, off of the 43 to Hanford or any of the other neighboring cities because housing is very scarce everywhere. So the word that I see is deconcentration. We don't want to continue to have a certain population or a certain, like I mentioned, income in one particular area. So for that, I really commend you and I thank you for bringing this to us. Thank you.
Yeah, I think there are pluses and minuses, absolutely in the area. It's not just an area for lower income. Seniors could live here as well. So they're not going to be prohibited from living in these apartment units. We've been hearing a steady drumbeat of more residential for 3.5 years now. So I can see where, this is going. And I'm encouraged by the prospects of future commercial growth here too. I think that's really positive, and I think that's going to be important for the West Side to get more commercial growth. I think that is very, very needed. Get that commercial growth going, but to pay the bills and get this going right now, the residential has to start, and there's a real need right now for residential, and there's a need for apartment units. So, the city, it's kind of a puzzle. The city wouldn't even have been able to consider this before the Clarkson lift station had its upgrade, thanks to American Rescue Plan money. That's been key to opening up potential for development in this area. So, I mean, this is, yes, there are some serious traffic impacts to consider, and there are some neighborhood impacts to consider, but this is a good problem to have. Where does the housing go? Before we didn't have this luxury of asking where the housing should go. And, you know, everything we're hearing is these developers plan on building a first-class project and being very active, hands-on property managers, which we've seen is a key. You know, Cueva del Oso, with the housing authority, that was, you know, that's been known as the projects for many years. And that's right behind where I live. And I haven't heard anything there. I don't see PD there. I don't think PD's even been out there. I mean, I don't equate lower income with bad people. I just don't. I think lower income, you're not a good or bad person based on how much money you have in your bank account. It's quality of your character. And how an apartment goes is the quality of the management and who you screen and who you get in. There's a lot of competition to get in apartments right now. So I don't buy that argument that apartments are just going to attract lower quality people. I think that's up to the property management once that facility goes up. And this has been around a long time. These developers have looked at this for a long time. So it's not like they're just coming in from out of town and want to make a hit and flip the apartment and leave. These are folks, it appears, who want to stay here and want to make a mark and an impact for the better on Selma. I can understand the concerns of people who live there and who don't want all this traffic and all these impacts. But you want more housing, you want more residential, this is what you're going to get.
Okay, and just for clarification, Jay, your conversation with the school, and asking, I mean, in regards to a parking lot, I think a parking lot would be much more suitable because it's going to impact, you know, with more vehicles. I'm not saying the development there, but just that park in general. That would be, so if that would be something that the school would definitely agree to, I think, I mean, that would be a great kind of resource so that it doesn't impact the communities, the housing that's there already. Because just like that gentleman stated, when he picks up his daughters from Eric White, it gets very congested, very, very congested. And I think it's because the staff themselves are parking, you know, because there's nowhere else to park. And making that additional parking is really going to help. So maybe if they can agree to that, I think it's a win-win, you know?
And sorry, I just real quick, the thing about the governor, so this regional housing needs allocation. That is something the city has to provide. Doesn't mean it has to build the housing, but it has to have available sites, available zoning for different types of housing. And that's why the governor was after Selma. Selma hadn't had a housing plan and housing element in compliance since 2006. Actually, its 2006 housing element was not in compliance. And back in 2018, the governor called some of the area mayors around to task to the woodshed because, you know, we didn't have enough regional housing needs allowance zoning. And so we were called along with Orange Cove, along with Clovis, along with Huntington Beach. I mean, you had a mix of about 42 different cities, and these cities' housing elements were out of whack. And that's why Selma got called. Selma, you know, got Rincon involved, got a good grant from COG to help with an expert, and got those housing needs taken care of. But the state is big brother on this. They watch Selma and they require Selma to have zoning for just this type of housing. So this is necessary in order to comply with the state requirements. And I think that's what we were hearing tonight about, you know, the governor and RENA numbers. Okay, is there more discussion? Is there a motion on this?
The motion approved.
I'll second it.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Okay, item 5, consideration of a planning application, Plan 24-5, a general plan amendment, rezone, and site plan review to develop a 40-unit multifamily development and a future 3,000 square foot commercial development located south of Nebraska Avenue between Mitchell and Thompson Avenue, APN 390-03071.
Thank you, Mayor. As you stated, the proposed project consists of a general plan amendment, rezone, and site plan review to develop 40-unit apartment complex and about 3,000 square feet of commercial. Next slide, please. The project is generally located between Mitchell and Thompson Avenues on the south side of Nebraska Avenue, directly across from the storm drain basin dog park that is existing along Nebraska Avenue. It is bound by an existing single-family residence, the Nebraska apartments that were previously discussed to the west, the economy market to the east, and existing single-family development to the south. As we stated, the proposal is what we refer to as, and the last project, as a horizontal mixed-use project consisting of residential and commercial on the same site. The project will require the rezoning of the project site from R17 to R3, as well as C2, as well as a general plan amendment from medium-low residential to high-density residential and commercial in the same areas as the rezone. The subject property is about 3.29 acres within the city limits. Next slide, please. Actually, 2 slides. Actually, here, if you go back, here's the layout of the project with an proposed driveway to the apartment complex that consists of about 10 buildings with the driveway coming in, providing emergency access hammerhead in the middle, as well as an emergency access to the east going through the commercial project that would need to be maintained through all phases of the project. The proposed commercial is proposed as part of phase 2. The 5 multi-story buildings would consist of 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom units. The project can, next slide, please. I apologize. The project consists of 83 parking stalls, 35 of which would be covered. I'm sorry, 44 which would be covered, along with appropriate ADA compliant stalls with EV parking, as well as common area open space, which is required by the municipal code that would include picnic and play facilities for residents. The project includes about 36,000 square feet of landscape area and appropriate trash enclosures to service the site. The proposed phase 2 commercial development is about 3,000 square feet located in the northeast corner of the project site that would have associated parking, landscaping, trash enclosures, and vehicle and pedestrian infrastructure to service the project. That would be subject to a future entitlement depending on the type of uses that would propose to inhabit the space. The commercial phases anticipates at this time medical and dental offices and general offices, or perhaps a laundromat, but may be subject to change based on market conditions or other choices made by the developer. As stated, it would also be required to maintain that emergency ingress and egress for emergency services. Next slide, please. So as we discussed with the last project, this project would be connecting to the existing upgraded sewer line on Nebraska Avenue. This project was also identified as needing that existing 18-inch sewer line replacement along Sheridan Avenue. If this project were to put in that improvement, they would be eligible for impact fee credits, as well as repayment in the event that the impact fees don't cover all of their sewer impact fees, reimbursement paid through impact fees of other development, similar to the previous project. In addition, this project is also subject to the completion of the Clarkson Lift Station, which is a city project. The project would also connect to Nebraska Avenue for water provided by Cal Water. Traffic would include the widening of the frontage of Nebraska Avenue with appropriate transition for the existing right-of-way located at Economy Market, which has not been dedicated at the appropriate width of Nebraska Avenue as an arterial roadway. So just coordinating that transition at the eastern edge of the property would be appropriate to promote better traffic movements and safety. The project would possibly need to facilitate right-of-way acquisition to the west to ensure consistency with the improvement of Nebraska Avenue for motorist safety. As council is aware, you have the existing Nebraska apartments to the west, and then in between the Nebraska apartments and this site is an existing residential home that has not dedicated the full width of the roadway. So you could have an instance of about a 50-foot frontage that bulbs out when you have the full width of the road. Staff has asked the applicant to facilitate right-of-way acquisition for that to ensure the full build-out of Nebraska Avenue. That would be eligible for impact fee credits in the circulation element as it is a build-out and expansion of Nebraska Avenue. Stormwater, the project as presented and applied for is proposed to discharge to the basin directly north, which would be subject to the payment of impact fees for use of that facility to accommodate new growth. However, the applicant has and may propose on-site retention if he so chooses to remove that fee as part of his project. Lastly, overhead utilities from PG&E exist along the frontage of the project. Staff, as is customary with most projects, has conditioned the project to underground those overhead utilities as part of development. As part of that, that application goes through PG&E as part of the design, which may require riser poles to be placed on adjacent properties. At that time, the applicant would likely need to negotiate or acquire that right away to place those riser poles as part of the undergrounding of those facilities. Next slide, please. And as part of this project, this also helps with our RENA numbers as well. I forgot to include that. It's probably as market rate housing, it would be considered above or above moderate, similar to the last project. For CEQA compliance, staff along with the applicant coordinated to prepare an initial study and a mitigated negative declaration, which was circulated for the mandatory state 30-day comment period and is subject to council approval. With that, staff is recommending that the council adopt a resolution with the associated rezones and general plan amendment for the project as articulated in the staff report. I'd like to note that in the staff report, it refers to 144 units. I can't imagine why that was in there. It should be in the recommendation of 40-unit apartment project. But however, we just wanted to note that change pursuant to the staff report. The project was noticed accordingly. I heard to jump back to a comment, staff is mandated under state law to notice all public hearings associated with these type of projects 300 feet from the property lines. And so the notice for some of the projects included both the planning commission meeting and the council hearing in that notice, which is perfectly within the guidelines of state law. If council remembers, this item and another item were continued at the last meeting, which was the noticed public hearing. However, under state law, it was continued to date specific tonight. So anybody in attendance at the May 6th meeting was notified of today's meeting in accordance with state law. Jumping back to the recommendation, I apologize. As well as approval of the site plan review for the 40-unit apartment complex on parcel 2 of the previously approved parcel map, and then allow for the future commercial development at a later date, as well as adopting the appropriate findings in the mitigated negative in the resolution for the mitigated negative declaration in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, as well as adopting an ordinance for the identified rezones to facilitate them. Staff is available for questions.
Great. Thanks for your presentation, Deputy City Manager. We'll ask for some questions from the council before we open up the public hearing to the public.
Okay, so you're saying this is a 40-unit apartment, okay. So just to get some clarification, was this the property that they were gonna do single-family homes, or it was never gonna be single-family homes?
The proposed amendment by the applicant proposes going away from R17, which is a single family district, as well as the corresponding general plan designation, which would have been single family, to a multifamily designation and zoning.
Are these market rate? Okay. And what's it gonna look like again? Are there gonna be, how many buildings?
So you have 10 buildings, 4 units each, I believe it's 1,000 units or 1,000 units.
It's big.
I must be tired.
That's really big.
10, about 1,000 square feet per unit.
And they're like duplexes,
big.
2-story duplexes?
That's big.
1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, what's the
They're all-
mix?
I believe they're all 2 bedroom. 1 or 2 bedroom.
About
Nice.
the property manager, well, we'll open the public, okay. Thank you. Any other comments before we open the public hearing and hear from the developer? With that, we will, thank you, Deputy City Manager. We'll open the public hearing and ask for anyone who would like to give their input at this time. Come on up, sir.
I'm the business owner of Economy Market, 2507 Nebraska Avenue. To add like apartments there, maybe it's okay, but I don't know what they're gonna put more, commercial in that area, the traffic is too much. It's close. And we suffering already, from the traffic, all the time, time to go, in and out from the Economy Market. So when they add commercial there, I don't know, how are they gonna be, for example, more, like more, what about the parking lot, they're gonna suffer too. I don't know what they're gonna do it, we don't know what kind of business even, they're gonna do. Suppose they do something like the same business, they're gonna affect our business, and we are there, for like 40 years, helping the community. And that's not at all, I think.
We got the developer right here. Why don't we ask him? As soon as you're done.
That one, I don't know, yeah. What are they gonna do it, Liquor store, maybe.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for waiting so long tonight to speak too. Would the developer have any input on this at this time? Like what your commercial is going to consist of, how long it's going to take to come in, all that good
First of all,
stuff?
I'd like to congratulations to Jasvinder Rai, and that property was mine way back. And I did went through the tentative map for the housing and some apartments commercial way back, bought it 15 years ago. So
Been around.
I'm glad that they are developing the land, and so I'm happy for them. On this, again, next Sahara, I'm representing Central Valley, located on 2511 Logan Street. And I'm here to applicants for the Casa de Villa Apartments Complex. This development spans 2.74 acres, like Mr. Keen said, and will features approximately 40 bedrooms, 2 stories units, designated to resemble state-of-the-art townhouses. And I done these kind of similar project in Selma. And the projects included 83 parking spaces, and half will be covered, and provides amenities such as 3 EV charging stations and 2 ADA complement spaces. Additionally, there will be open spaces for picnic and play area. And if you guys could put a site plan, I would be very happy. That way we could see the barbecue area and all the picnic areas has been put it in, and all with the gated community with restricted access and security cameras connected to the Selma PD. And this project has been developments for last 5 years and made with the city Selma planning requirements. We have revised our site plan multiple times and held numerous meetings with the planning departments to work on this project, and conducted extensive studies, including air quality analysis, biological assessment, archaeological survey, traffic study, and its final CEQA report, which will cost me over $150,000. And it's important to recognize the significant investment involved in a multifamily project, which requires a long-term commitment. And I have a several concern regarding the COA in Exhibit E that was presented to you guys. And the first I wanted to answer to Mr. Trujillo is that these are Mr. Trujillo, the council members, and these are not, I'm not asking for a free from anything from the city. I was asking that these buildings are going to be quality buildings. Okay, I'm not asking to give it out any free lower my fees or anything that I want it be a very competitive fairness. That's what I was asking for it. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. And I do not going to be lower standard. And I'm in engineering business is over 18 years. And I just want to be competitive with the other cities. All I just have a questions on, like Council Member Guerrero asked for that 41%. That's too high. Too high is on that the parks improvements. The 41%, nobody charged that any cities. That's a ridiculous fees. And to be everything else is fine, but the fee seems like it's very, very high. And 41%, I think other cities are around 5-6%, and we are very high on it. And that was the one of that. Once again, I did mention that I appreciate the city efforts of discussing the development related fees and providing a regional comparison. However, I have a similar project in Kingsburg, Fresno, Madera, Danuba, and I would like to share these with the council for comparison. And I do have those if councils want to see it. And I did do the study on Kingsburg, and their fees are including that SKF do their developments for the sewer system. And I have them, and their impact fees are about 5.6% for overall. And that one is including impact fees for traffic, especially a recreational facility, water facility, storm drainage, combined recreation area, public safety, general government and administration impact. And then they also give you the permit fees and the plan check fees too. And very similar, just the project, I just got them approval very, not a long time ago. And if councils wanted, I have a multiple copies. If you guys want to see it, I have an example from City of
Quick
Fresno.
question,
Yes.
Mr. Soda. What is the area? Is it one of those new areas where they put the sewer line in? The city put the sewer line in, or was it incumbent on the
was-
developers to put the sewer line in?
The sewer line was already in on the main sewer
Was already
line.
in.
Yeah, on, this is on, what is it, the Academy and, the Stewart around that area, where's existing apartments on, kind of like west and north area.
So there was no issue with that.
Yeah, yeah. So there's no issue on it. And
Okay.
same thing on Fresno. I have a fees schedule on here with the Fresno development fees and impact fees. And I don't know, I'm not asking anything to the fees to be reduced. Don't take me wrong, city council, the city managers. I'm just trying to want to be fairness. And I think that these impact fees, it does to developer, these are apartments, these are not housing. And somehow a lot of cities have a different fees for when you do multifamily development, single family development. Single family, understandable. You pay about 25,000 in city of Fresno and 30,000. And I developed a lot of subdivisions on throughout the Livingston, Sacramento, you name it. And for when it comes to the multifamily, it does not work like this. The way that city has this fees is about $30,000 per unit fees. That's what I'm saying. All I just want you guys to look into it and see why we are different. Why we are different on multifamily. People not gonna make money. I hope that I get the rent, and then people pay for it. Is a long-term investment. It's not you just develop the house, flip it over and make money on it. It's not that. I did the 150 homes on a Vineyard Estates and into the 3 phases. And I will never ask for a park out there. And this suddenly is a start coming in these kind of fees on it. And I just want to bring it to you guys' attention. I had a meeting with the deputy city managers on this, after, before the planning commission, and we gone over it. And after the planning commission too, we have a multiple meeting on it. And I just don't see that,
So bringing this back to your project here, Mr. Soda.
yeah.
Okay, so what is your timeline? Are you looking for? If this is, if this moves forward tonight, what's your timeline in terms of moving forward after the, the Clarkson lift station comes in and you're ready to roll?
Yeah, I'm looking to start as tomorrow, as soon as I get the permit.
You've been pretty vocal about the fees. Is that going to keep you from
Only
building this?
Only there was a fees that's what I was gonna discuss with these. There was a multiple fees and I wouldn't discuss on it. If you see on a planning commission approved meeting, and then there was a fees that the city shows that, I was gonna look into those fees that when, increase some fees, I don't know why. Why did those fees are when increased, like, there was a, let me see, there was a one for, there was a fire protection, 21,000 to 74,000. Planning commission, when I was presented, I had a meeting with the deputy city manager, it was at 21,000. Then it bumped up to 74,000. And he said, had it wrong with the calculations. And then for law enforcement, went 21,000 to 60,000 fees. Why there's a discrepancy, Why do I have to bring it in? And I just want to know that. I just want to do this project. I love this project. It's my dream project. I've been working for 6-7 years. I invest a lot of money into it, but I just want to be a fairness that these fees are calculated correctly or not correctly. And only that, it seems like he worked with me on these fees, but there's a couple of fees went up way high. And the park improvements fees are just $272,000. That's a lot. And which is that the Wrinkle Park is just right there within, maybe 400 feet. And then there's a dog park for the storm drainage. And previously in the planning commissions, they were wanting to charge me for $248,000, which is you could have a storm drainage right next to, on the other side within 100 feet. And then I proposed them, I'm gonna have them on site my own ponding basins, which we did revise on the site plan. If you can see that, then the fees been dropped on it. I don't see that. Why we can't use that ponding basins? I went in the city for 35 years. I never seen their full pond. And I don't know why we can't use that. So I have to use my own storm drainage on site to be lowered on that fees. And but that's the one. And regarding the PG, the one of this major other thing is PG&E requirements, Rule 20, underground utilities. I'm willing to comply for the frontage of my property, but I'm not for, I'm not for the adjacent property to the west. I have made several attempts to negotiate with the property owners while they're unwilling to sell. And I did request that to deputy manager, I said, city will take it under eminent domain or, some sorts of, and then I'm willing to pay for it. I'm not gonna go out there, try to be saying that, hey, can you sell me this? They're not gonna sell it. And if that little piece, I don't want to develop it, I don't have a piece, I don't owns it. How can I develop that? I want to do my frontage, not problem, but how can I do their properties, buy it and then put the sidewalk and all that stuff? City buy it and I'll approve it. I'll pay for the improvements on it. I've done these many projects. It's just too hard. When you buy, he might ask for $1 million, He might say that, no, I'm not gonna sell it. I already asked him, he's not gonna selling it. He said he's living there for a while and he's want to live there. So I want that conditions to be removed. And also the SKF condition 1 through 3 for upgrade the under categories for E and F. Should we reconsider that, especially category K shouldn't be even applied to me? I don't know why that category K comes up.
So you got a lot of details that need to be sorted out, but you definitely want this to go through tonight, and you are planning on executing your vision and moving forward and having a
Absolutely.
gated complex with video cameras.
Absolutely. I just going to finish up this. Thank you, for considering my concern. These are state-of-art townhouses will be provided much-needed housing in Selma, which currently faces a shortage.
it.
The decline of its Selma, the school district ADA by 500 students, and in recent years, the direct result of these housing shortage impact our local economy. It's crucial to we keep our fees competitive with the neighboring cities and minimize unnecessary requirements. I respectfully request the council approve my project and subject to the further discussion on COA items as mentioned. And
And what commercial occupancies are you contemplating?
that one is, we are proposing, maybe it's like a medical clinics or might be a dental office and maybe the subway, but we are not going to be doing anything competitive to the economy market that would lower it. I believe I did talk to somebody out there on an economy market before, didn't have any concern. And no, I'm not there to be market on their same what they are for. So
How long is the commercial going to be behind the actual residential build out?
probably a few years.
Few years?
Yeah.
Okay.
It phases into it, yeah.
Got it.
And if you guys have any questions, I'd be happy to be answers. And I just, once again, Mr. Trio and everybody, I just want to do this project.
I welcome the fact that you're wanting to build this project. I know you kind of stated in regards to me saying that you wanted to waive, you didn't want to waive any fees, but I just have one question. It sounds like you have multiple questions or concerns in regards to some of the fee structures that the city's proposing, but the only question I have for you is identically, these are fees that are being charged. Have you asked for any waivers for the school district?
Why would I ask for that?
Well, if you're asking us for a fee
No, I'm
waiver,
not
why would
asking.
you
I
ask?
wanted,
Well, you're not asking for a fee waiver, but you're concerned that the analysis that our staff is asking you and saying these are the fees, and you're
All-
saying that you're paying too much. So have you raised concerns to the school district?
once again, I'm not bringing into that issue. I'm saying be competitive with it. If you guys can, you guys can. If you guys don't want it to be competitive, I'm fine with it. I'm gonna do it still. So all I'm saying, be competitive. I'm a developer. I want to be a development. These people comes to me.
So Nick, the question is, you're concerned because the fees that the city's laid out to you,
Yes,
you're concerned that the numbers don't jive, or you don't think they're right.
they are
The
not
question I have for you
changes.
is,
Yeah.
do you have concerns with the school district's proposing for you?
I don't have any concern on any other fees. Only I told you guys that these park improvement fees are the one that am I concerned.
So you don't have
Very
any
high.
concerns of the school fees, but you have concerns of the city fees.
Okay, once again, council members, that I do not have a concern. All I want to make sure is that does not feel, I went in the business, maybe I'm at don't know, I've done so many developments out there. I don't see that high, this fees. If this is fees, you guys say, you know what, Nick, this is fees, what it is, and I'm okay for it. I just want you guys to look at it, be fairness with this, all I did my study on with the King's work with other, and I think these are higher fees in Selma. And,
Nick, I have a quick question for you.
sure.
Okay,
Look at the
you mentioned
development
these fees that were adjusted to you. You were at what, 21,000 and then it
Gonna
jumped
do
to
it either way.
74,000.
That's right.
That was one. Then you said there was another one, 21,000, it jumped to 60,000.
That's right, for the law enforcement.
Right. So I hear your concerns because that's a big discrepancy.
Yes.
So what was the explanation when you met with the deputy city manager? What was the, explanation as to why there was such a large discrepancy?
Mr. Keen is here, he could explain better, but he said, yeah, there was the way that they calculated is per, I believe, 1,000 residents per 3 acres versus 5 acres or something has to do with the, I know, you could ask him, he could tell you more, explain better than me, why I got those changes. He's here, if he will.
I'd like to hear it because that is a big it's a large discrepancy.
Absolutely.
And why did we make that mistake? Just asking.
Come on up. Thank you, Mr. Sahota.
So during the planning commission meeting, staff has brought the practice of estimating fees for applicants so they're aware of what they're paying. With this project, staff incorrectly estimated the fees using a single family project rather than an apartment type project. So this is what's referred to as attached dwelling in our impact fee program. That being said, Mr. Sahota is correct that PD and fire fees did increase, but storm drain decreased by about $170,000. The total fees assessed on his project during planning commission estimated was about $791,000 for impact fees. Again, that was a mistake by staff. Single family development was used as the basis for calculating. Once staff was reviewed how it was calculated, we notified Mr. Sahota and provided him with an apology and gave him what his revised estimated fees are, which are $628,000. So it's about $170,000 difference between the two. Yes, police and fire fees go up on a per unit basis because the frequency of calls at those places are higher than at single family homes. So a project such as this is going to have a higher calculation on a per unit basis or a higher impact per unit to those type of infrastructure and services. Conversely, other services such as storm drain aren't as impacted because the project is not as big as a single family subdivision that has more impermeable space that generates more stormwater runoff. So there are give and take with the fees based on the type of project that you do. But yes, some fees will be higher, but some fees will be lower. And with a multifamily project, the fees are much lower than a single family project, as Mr. Sahota alluded to. In this case, the fees estimated in the project conditions are $16,000 approximately per unit, in line with staff's presentation earlier this evening.
And if the council moves forward with this tonight, will Mr. Sahota's, will his fees still be the impact and development fees? If the council at some point lowers those, will he be able to take advantage, or are these locked in tonight?
These are estimated.
These are estimated.
Yeah,
So
these was
if the
subject to change.
council works on these fees in the future as a workshop, revises say the park from 40% to 20 or something.
Do I be eligible for that?
Your development would be, Mr. Sahota's development would be a candidate for that. Is that correct? When does he pay those fees? Up and down, up and down.
As stated in the conditions of approval and under state law, development impact fees are paid prior to certificate of occupancy. So once plans are submitted, issued, construction occurs, he wouldn't be able to gain occupancy until development impact fees are paid with staff.
That's towards the end.
And I'll just add that the city is currently the city staff is currently undergoing a development impact fee study, which is going to update the study that was done in 2015, which we don't know yet with that, whether the fees would go up or down depending on the capital improvement projects that are in the pipeline for the city. So just a reminder for council.
Yeah, just thanks for clarification on that. On the storm drainage gone down because I proposed the on-site basin. That's why the fees went down. It wasn't that something that given to the city by the city. So because I proposed on-site storm drainage basin, that's why the fees went down, right? I just want to make sure.
The fees would be zero if the applicant included in his application that he was doing on-site retention. As presented in that project application, until we get improvement plans and building drawings, no on-site retention has been proposed, and that's why the fee was included within the fees provided in the conditions of approval. If the applicant proposes to change to on-site retention, that fee would be eliminated because his growth is not utilizing a city facility.
So
there's
no impact
possibility.
fees. Got it. Okay. We've talked about this. We'll close the public hearing and bring the matter back to council. Does council have any further discussion before a motion is made? Would anyone like to make a motion at
I'll
this
make a
time?
motion.
I'll second it.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Guerra.
Yes.
Councilmember Mendoza Navarro.
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho.
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Okay, item 6, consideration of planning application 2022-0017, a rezone and a tentative subdivision map to subdivide a 20.2 acre parcel into 41 single-family lots, APN 389-020-67. Does the rest of us want to? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll come back at 10:28.
I can't believe it. Oops.
Okay, we're gonna get started again. Item 6. Does council have any questions or comments before we open the hearing to the public? No?
Grab the last one.
Oh. Okay, we will go back and rewind the item 6. Consideration of a planning application 2022-0017, a rezone and a tentative subdivision map to subdivide a 20.2 acre parcel into 41 single-family lots, APN 389-020-67. Report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before you is plan application 2022-17. As Mayor stated, it's a rezone and tentative subdivision map to divide about 20 acres into 41 single-family lots. Staff has also prepared an initial study and negative declaration in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act for this project. The project location is located on the north side of Rose Avenue, just east of South Amber Avenue, within the edge of on the edge of the city limits. It is the absolute edge of the existing city limits, directly adjacent to an existing single-family residential neighborhood. The project, next slide, please. The project proposal proposes to create 21 single-family lots, ranging in size from about 9,000 to some of the lots are over 13,000 square feet in size. As part of the project proposal, as you can see, there's a proposed outlot that runs parallel with the existing PG&E transmission corridor that is proposed to be as required by staff in collaboration with the developer, a linear park and trail that is an extension of the Amberwood specific plan to the north. The proposed rezone is to allow for the lot configuration as presented. No further division of any of the lots could be done, considering the minimum lot size of those lots could not be met in the future with the existing zoning. So this subdivision will remain 41 lots, regardless of what the zoning designations are. One of the comments we received at Planning Commission was, with the alternate lot sizes proposed, or the alternate zoning proposed, could you have an instance where some of the lots look different? As presented by the applicant, all the frontage of the lots would look the same in terms of width. It's the depth of the lots that may vary, which is dictating the lot sizes. So from the curved view and the street view, they're all gonna look the same and consistent in terms of width. It's just the depth to allow for some consideration with the for the property owner and applicant to resolve maybe some of the boundary issues with the subdivision that have not been perfected yet through the final map or land acquisition or record of survey. Next slide, please. The proposed subdivision would connect to existing stub streets from the adjacent subdivision to the west, as well as propose a stub street to the east as recommended by the Planning Commission during public discussion. The internal streets would be are currently proposed at 56 feet wide, which is still within the city allowable standards and in compliance with the general plan local road standard. As stated, the lots would be 9,000 square feet or greater, with many of them above 13,000 square feet. Even this proposed project would allow the city to meet some of its housing goals. These would likely be considered above moderate or moderate housing within the housing element. In addition, this project is required to annex to a landscape lighting maintenance district or a community facilities district to finance the proposed improvements such as landscaping within the project, street maintenance, street lights, as is typical with single family development. Next slide, please. The wastewater line would be extended from the east, stubbing off of the proposed Amberwood sewer trunk line project, which I received word, which I will give update in my department reports of kicking off very soon. The proposed extension would be a 15-inch line, which is oversized, and the applicant would be eligible for reimbursement or fee credits through the Development Impact Fee Program for the oversize of that line. Water would be an extension from the existing 8-inch line to the west. Traffic would include widening Rose Avenue along the southern frontage to be compliant with the existing road width of the general plan, which I believe is an 80-foot width for an arterial roadway, along with consistent block wall and landscaping improvements to match existing development to the west. Stormwater is proposed to be retained on site to the east of the existing linear park proposed for the project. That would also be maintained by a assessment district by the residents of the project, because they would be the ones benefiting from the use of that facility. So it would not be a city maintained facility through the general fund. It would be funded through a landscape lighting maintenance district or a CFD. As part of discussions at Planning Commission, residents in the area that also own land asked for consideration for use of this on-site basin. If a deal can be struck between the property owner and the developer, it could become a collaborative facility that future development would also pay into whatever the assessment district is for the maintenance of that storm drain. However, for all intents and purposes, since we don't have an application for that, this storm drain basin is being sized appropriately to serve this project. Next slide, please. For CEQA compliance, staff created an initial study, prepared an initial study and a negative declaration, not an MND, it's just an ND for the project in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, which is subject to approval by the City Council. So with that, staff is recommending approval of the resolution of the tentative subdivision map, the rezone, and findings for the negative declaration in accordance with CEQA, as well as proposing or recommending adoption of an ordinance of a corresponding rezone to facilitate the project. Staff is available for questions.
Any questions for Deputy City Manager before we open up the matter for the public hearing? That we will open up the public hearing for input from the folks who are here tonight. Does anybody have any input at this time?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Brenda Ramirez. I'm with Central Valley Engineering and Surveying at 2511 Logan Street here in Selma. I am here with the owner in regards to his subdivision, which consists of 41 single-family lots. Conditions of approval were provided to us back in March, and after previous discussion with city staff, we are here to communicate our wish to proceed and move forward with this project if City Council approves it. With no further comments, we are here to answer any questions you guys may have. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions. Your lot sizes are really big. So are we talking about larger homes? I mean, high-end homes in regards to these homes?
Yeah, that's what we are proposing, very similar homes, larger homes like 7,000 square feet homes. And he could tell owner is here too with us, so.
Pena, developer for that project. So they're gonna be all custom homes.
Okay, that's what I thought.
And then in terms of roads and ingress and egress on roads, it can get a little hairy in the morning with all those commutes. What are you planning on doing in terms of mitigating the traffic impacts within the subdivision?
Yeah, yeah, we are proposing to widening the roads to the match with to the west side. And it's gonna be have another 12-foot widening, I believe, and with the sidewalks and so forth. Yeah, it will be gonna be just like the way to the west side, gonna matching where the walls are going, and we're gonna extend those walls, and people won't get direct access from the roads. They had to go through the entrance. If there is a site plan, we could show you.
There won't be an interchange between Country Roads Estates then? There will be. Okay.
There's a 2 roads out there.
Yeah, there's existing stub streets within country roads to facilitate access between both projects.
From the north side, maybe?
No, from the west side. The northwest and southwest, there's 2 existing stub streets that this project would propose to connect to facilitate in access between the 2 subdivisions. The movements out of the subdivision are moved as far east as they can get for entry to the subdivision. For fire access, you have to have really 2 points of ingress and egress. And so the proposed project is widening Rose Avenue consistent with the existing width to the west. In addition, they would provide striping and other improvements to facilitate.
That set off all those cultural studies with Caltrans. Is that gonna do the same thing for these folks when they widen? Why did that happen on Dinuba?
Because that's Caltrans. And it's a NEPA project.
Because it's closer to 99?
No, I mean, it's a federally funded project, which is subject to NEPA. And it's part of their screening process. When you exceed certain square footage for right-of-way acquisition, you have to do a cultural study.
They wouldn't be involved anywhere near this project?
No.
Got it. So there would be 2 ways of getting in and out of Country Rows and getting in out of this
Yeah,
subdivision?
so residents in the northeast portion of Country Roads could potentially go through this subdivision and to the east and then come south out the ingress and egress of this subdivision.
Would they be able to go north by any
There's
chance?
no proposed stub street. That is the Amberwood specific plan to the north. But there is no proposed stub street to the north as part of this project. The only access to the north would be through the linear park.
How much sewer line are they gonna have to put in to hook up with that Amberwood line?
About a quarter mile.
Oh, okay, pretty good clip.
However, that's an oversized facility, would be eligible for credits and impact fee reimbursement.
What's your start date? Okay.
So soon.
We gotta work with the improvements plans from after this tentative maps approved. I would say about 5-6 months for the plans to get approval. I would say beginning of next year, construction, you will see it. That's what our,
Once this project's approved, if it is approved by the council, the applicant would be required to submit the appropriate improvement plans and final map to city staff for review. That doesn't preclude him from submitting his building plans concurrently. If he has specific models he wants to build, if he already has some homes in mind that he wants to construct, he can get the plans approved ahead of time, so that they can be done concurrently or constructed on other property. However, we allow for master plans to be done if someone's going to construct similar models multiple times as part of a development or in town. We do that to try and shorten the time frame from approval to putting sticks in the ground, as they say in the development industry.
Deputy City Managers, 5 to 6 months, an accurate timeframe for improvement plan?
I think on the long end, that's where maybe other agencies strive to be. We strive to be 3 to 4 months on the regular. We try to turn plans around as quickly as possible. Obviously, it's dependent on responses to our comments from the applicant or negotiation on specific comments to ensure that the city staff the city is obtaining things to city standard appropriately, and we're not being overburdened or overburdensome with our design criteria as part of the review.
Okay, we have no more input from the public. Anybody online or on the phone who would like to say anything about this project?
As a reminder to the caller online, please use your raise your hand feature by using *9 and we will add you to the meeting queue. Mayor Robertson, I see no hands raised.
Great, thank you. With that, we'll close the public hearing and bring the matter back to council for future dialogue, discussion, or to entertain a motion. Does anybody have any dialogue or a motion they would like to enter at
Make
this
a
time?
motion, I'll make a motion to approve.
Is
I'll
there a second? Call the roll, please. First,
Oh,
second.
thank you. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Cho,
Yes.
Councilmember Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo.
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. And with that, we'll move on to future agenda items. Council request for future agenda items, not subject to public comment. Items require a consensus. Does anybody have any future agenda items they would like to bring up at this time? I've got one. I would like to start a graffiti task force. I think it would like to involve folks from Public Works, from the PD, and from the community. And that's because we're just seeing an uptick in graffiti, seeing it all over. Public Works did a great job getting that graffiti off of the mosquito abatement district building that everybody saw was total eyesore. But we have good people in town, and graffiti is a scourge, and I think we need to keep addressing that problem. So I would like to talk about that in the future, if there's consensus to do that.
You're gonna add impact money too?
Yeah, we need to talk about everything. You know, if there'd be funding source and
We have
who would be
consensus for that.
involved.
I think that would be good. Yep.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, one more question, Mayor. Which agenda would you like this item to be discussed on?
Just as soon as possible. I mean, I realize it's packed and we have a budget coming up, but you know, as soon as we can get on it. Cause it's summer months and kids are out of school and all that stuff. Okay. With that, we'll move on from future agenda items to departmental reports. City Manager?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, just a few updates. Next Monday is Memorial Day. City Hall will be closed for the holiday, just a reminder to the community. I had the opportunity to attend the Mid-Valley Disposal Town Hall on Saturday, May 11th. Excuse me, and that was a very positive event. We had a really good turnout. Mid-Valley did a great job. They brought their whole team out. Answered a lot of really good questions, a very positive tone. I think a lot of people are looking forward to Mid-Valley serving the city of Selma. So, you know, there were some follow-ups that that we needed to kind of do with regard to questions, but overall, I think it was a very well executed event. And then this past weekend, I attended the, excuse me, Downtown Strategic Plan Workshop. And I'd like to thank the staff that helped make that happen, starting with Deputy City Manager Keen, our city planner, Kamara, and then especially our Economic Development Manager, Alicia Aguirre. The team from Raymond Associates did a great job of synthesizing all the input over the weekend. And we're going to be asking them, I know some of the council members weren't able to attend on Saturday where they gave their sort of preliminary recommendations. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro was there on Saturday afternoon. But we hope to bring something back to the council so you can kind of get a feel for what kind of input was received. But other than that, that's all I have. Thank you to staff.
Thank you. City Attorney?
Nothing to report.
Great, thank you. Deputy City Manager?
Yeah, I got a couple things per usual. Just like to thank staff. The items that came before you tonight took a lot of time and effort of staff. Obviously, I think some of the staff reports were 1,300 pages, something along those lines, and they read every page. And so it was a big lift, team effort. So I want to congratulate all of them for their hard work to get these items to the city council. I also attended the Downtown Strategic Plan. I brought my intern with me. I think a few people saw him running around.
A good job.
So it was a great event. We did a walking tour of downtown with the consultants to give them the full idea of the potential of downtown. They did a great job synthesizing big ideas. And so we're really looking forward to the results of that, as well as other community input that we're receiving, you know, throughout the project. So as city manager stated, we're looking at trying to get the consultants to kind of do a recap of the meeting before city council if possible. I received notice as well. The notice to proceed for the Amberwood sewer line will be issued tomorrow. So we'll be scheduling a groundbreaking for that historic Selma project here in the next couple weeks. So with that, I will stop talking for the evening.
All right. Administrative services,
Nothing to report.
community services,
Nothing to report.
fire chief, Jordan Webster.
This week is also EMS week, which I'm not sure who's the coordinator of, opposing governmental agency weeks,
Lot
but,
going on.
yeah, so I guess we're twins. I don't know how that works. So I just want to take a moment to, recognize our EMS division. This week, we've got, I wouldn't say our full staff, but we have, the group that we do have, I think we're short 6 personnel. We have our EMS supervisor on board. And since I've been here, this is the first week that we didn't receive our cannot bill calls report, which means that our staff collected 100% of the information that they need in order to send to insurance providers. And it's just a reflection of their hard work. Our EMS supervisor stepping up and taking ownership of his role, and that in turn makes a pretty significant impact on us being able to operate. So super proud to see that email coming across. And although our staff is, they're working a lot of overtime, they're definitely not slacking off or missing any lowercase j dots or lowercase I dots either. So super proud of those guys. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir. City clerk, public information officer.
Mayor, members of the council, just want to, if you don't already know, Floral Avenue is open now. We are working with Caltrans to finalize all the other items that need to be corrected. And that's it. Brittany.
What other items would
Oh,
those be?
The stop signs and some
rid
striping
of 'em.
and other finalized small areas that staff has noticed that needs to be corrected. Just minor things.
Great, thank you. Public Works Director.
Well, I'm going to piggyback on what the PIO said a little bit. I don't know if anybody noticed this morning, but if you were southbound 99 anywhere from 6:30 until probably about 8:15, it was a traffic jam. But it was a good traffic jam. All of the K-rail barriers have been removed from 99. All 3 lanes are open, southbound and northbound. Second Street and Floral off ramps are both open, so it looks like it looked like there was some grinding that was going to take place tonight. I saw them setting up light towers when I was coming down for council tonight. I think that that's on the off ramp. They went through with their leveler, and it shows them where all the high spots are that have to be profiled. So I believe they're working on that striping tonight. And then besides the issues that Raina had talked about, I think that that thing's pretty close to wrapped. So that's a blessing. As I said before in the previous council meeting, we did get the Salazar building roof done, which was huge. Fresno Roofing did a great job. Everything looks really good there. We're moving through the process now of getting some quotes for doors and for flooring to get that done. Still shooting for that before school's out. It might be just a little past that, but I think we're going to get really close to that out of school date to where community services can move the Boys and Girls Club back over to that building, as Liz had spoke about earlier this evening. So that's a blessing. I will keep the council and Mr. Mayor posted as we move through that process. I believe tonight also in closed session, there was the discussion for the Brettlinger fence. That didn't get brought up? Okay. So we have, okay, so.
Yeah.
Excuse me?
It was approved on the consent agenda.
Okay, okay. I'm still learning all that. So that's exciting because
Either way, it got approved.
that's great. I know that council wanted it, we want it, the citizens want it, the kids that play at that park, and we've got Babe Ruth getting ready to start. So we are really excited and really excited that Danny got that job as well, local contractor.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's going to do a knockdown job for us. With that being said, we're also working right now to completely remodel the inside of the snack bar. We're not gonna get that done, I don't think by this weekend, by opening ceremonies, but in the next week, week and a half, that should be functioning. So I know Babe Ruth's excited to be able to have that facility running because that's a huge revenue for that group of ball players. So, and that's all I have right now.
Thank you, Director. Lieutenant? PD?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I have nothing to report.
Nothing to report. Thank you, sir. That will move on to council reports. Councilmember Mendoza Navarro?
Yes, so I attended the League of Cities golf tournament. That was the very first time I've ever attended a tournament and the very first time I stepped on a golf course. So did okay. And I just wanted to echo, I think you mentioned City Manager about Mid Valley. And so Mid Valley was actually the top sponsor or the whatever they're called, like the main sponsor. And so one of the things is they were really excited, when I said, well, they recognized me that it was from Selma. So they just were saying that probably like the last week of June is when they'll start doing all of the rolling out the new trash cans. So they're really excited to get started. And they can cook some really good little mini sliders. Oh, those were delicious. I also attended the Downtown Strategic Planning Workshop and then in the afternoon to see the summary. And so I just wanted to thank staff for all their hard work and also to all of the community members that participated. Thank you so much for taking the time and giving your input and giving your voice as far as, what you would like to see your downtown, what you would like to see down there. And then oh, and just tomorrow I'm going to be attending the Selma Public Education's Foundation Gala. And it's my very first time, so I'm not sure what to expect. And then I just wanted to say congratulations to Councilmember Trujillo for his making his confirmation this weekend. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So first I want to congratulate the Public Works for the week. If I'm not going to see you guys, I wish I could barbecue or something, but, and of course the EMT also. January 8th, I attended the Selma Unified Bond Council meeting. We meet at least 4 times a year. And the 9th, met with the superintendent. Had a really good discussion with him. It's probably about an hour and a half and it was really, really informative. I wanna give him the shout out that he has everything that the school, Selma Unified, offers for either from high school to adult school. This is just tremendous. I commend them for this, for the newspaper. One of the things he expressed to me was the fact that when he was hired, he individually went to every home that was leaving, every student that was being transferred to Fowler or Kingsburg. He went individually and met with their parents and asked them, how can I bring you back? And so it was really a really good meeting because he actually, all the information, that means a lot because if we're civic leaders and we're wanting to build our community, it has to be a hand in hand. So we had a really good meeting with him and had a meeting the following day with one of our developers here in our community, and I had probably 2 hours of an earful of everything that, and that's probably one of the things I want to make sure that I want to relate to our community is that as an elected official, you might not agree with things that I say and do, but I will be there and meet with you and listen to all your concerns because at the end of the day, we need to add to our community and we need to, when we're voting, it means a lot. I also attended the golf tournament on Friday and played with both of our Kimura. Great guy. Sandbagger, but good guy. Matt, our inspector, took $20 from me, took $20 from Lewis, took money from us. So, the great guys. It was good. And I welcomed the fun we had. Saturday also was I had to go to this thing met with the superintendent of Fowler's Unified and met with, the groups and we had a really good time there. And, Rudy was with me and he had a great time. But I had, I had one of the most remarkable things that I've been going through for the whole year, and I want to say it here because it means a lot. I'm actually going to work on this. I got confirmed with the church, so what I'm doing is I'm using that to elevate me to sit here and express and say that, you know, the love of God for me is going to be that I have to love every neighbor and I have to ask for forgiveness to my neighbors. So I want to just say it that if I've offended anybody, I ask for forgiveness because I'm going to forgive everybody. I'm going to love everybody. Um, and that's what I was taught, and that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm not here in this council to gravitate. I have many jobs, many things, but at the end of the day, I'm just a normal resident in our community, and I love our church, and I joined it. I was Catholic, but now I came here and I confirmed, and I'm really happy about that. My wife's happy about that. Maybe she'll be coming back with us, you know? But one of the truthful things that I do is I want to thank Bev for when I met you, you've been giving me all the advice. Betty Alves, she's my godparent, and I asked for her, and they're both, you know, they're both always yelling at me, but you know, I appreciate that. And I want to just say to everyone here that I'm so grateful. And you know, the tough guy that I am, that I perceive right now, I'm opening to you guys and telling you guys that I want to take a step back and I want to make sure that I'm able to express that. I'm doing it here because at the end of the day, that's where I got to do it, right? So I want to thank you guys for understanding and giving me the ability to tell you guys, but I was confirmed Saturday. We had broke bread. We were good. And I want to just leave it at that. And I want to keep on. And I want to just, you know, thank you guys for letting me say that.
I attended the SKF mixer, and it was a great turnout. It was kind of one of the first time that KFC, since I've been around, has hosted a mixer. So it was really nice, and we got to hear a little history about the Colonel. So that was kind of interesting. I also attended the scholarship awards at the Selma High School, which our agency, Robertson Guerra, has been a sponsor in giving scholarships out for over 20 years now here in our community. And it's always nice that we get some of the kids that come back to us and just come and tell us how well they're doing in college, or they're a doctor now, or they're, you know, psychiatrist or a nurse, or, you know, just so many different things and career paths that they take, an officer, you know, firefighter. I mean, it's just amazing that we get so much volume of these kids from our community that go on to get higher educated. And it's really nice to see them come back and just say hello. So, yeah, that was a really special night. I also attended a downtown strategic meeting, and I couldn't go in the morning, so I had to go in the afternoon at 1:30, and they really did, you know, they had a great turnout. A lot of community members came out and gave their input, and I want to say, you know, the consultant that you guys hired was great consultant. They really had some great ideas, and I really think that they just didn't come with the basic level. They brought it to a high level, and that's what we needed. You know, that I was really impressed. I'll be honest. And I think, you know, if we could get to some of that, I think it's going to be phenomenal, because they did have some great ideas.
One of the consultants that was a part of that was Fear and Peers, and they stated that they did the active transportation for the city. And some of the meetings, they had 2 people provide comment as part of those meetings. And we had way more turnout than I think anyone anticipated in terms of some of those. And for that specific event over the 2 days, the amount of comments, the participation of the community, stakeholders, everybody blew the prior consultants who had done work with the city. They were floored by the turnout.
I'll also add, it helps when the main consultant was raised in Selma.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
his mother came to the workshops. So, you know, having that background definitely helped and brought it home for him.
So That was great. And I think that's probably why, we push to say, when are we going to get started? Are we guaranteed it's going to happen this year, next year, a time frame? Because they've been waiting, and I strongly recommend that, we need to give them a time frame because they've been waiting. This has been going on way too long. And I think that, just going back and putting back, the trees, the lights, the music, that's going to be such a huge impact for our downtown. And then whatever the bid can contribute after that, because now they're working on some things, I think it'll be amazing in the next year. So thank you, guys. And then I just want to say kudos to Public Works. I attended the T-ball open ceremonies, and I'm going to tell you, our park looked so beautiful. Looked really, really nice. Not just Schaefer, but Brett Linger, they're all looking nice. So I know you guys are working very hard out there, and I really appreciate it. And along with staff and, putting on the strategic planning, that was amazing. So thank you guys all for doing that.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I want to thank staff for the hard work, especially for this book. So, I was at the meeting with the superintendent also, and he was really, he taught a lot about the school and like I say, this newspaper, can I borrow that? They're gonna put this out every month, okay? So what I told him is, let me have a stack. I'm gonna take it to City Hall. And he says, give us the address. I said, I don't know where they live, but I do know where they work. So I said, I'm gonna be, hopefully, like I say, a lot of you are not from Selma, and then you'll be able to read what's happening in our schools. So it's a really neat newspaper. He thought it was a great idea. I also attended a chamber mixer at the KFC. They've been there 45 years at that location. It's been remodeled 4 times.
Yeah.
So it's pretty good. I was at the scholarship awards also. That's where all the organizations and clubs and some of the private memorial gives out a scholarship for all the seniors, which they qualify, and then the seniors could pick as many as they want. And I mean, they could go up there, I don't know how many times, but any clubs that they pick them, they keep going. So, I mean, for college, all the money you get is good. And then our junior citizen of the year got a full ride at Fresno State. She got a check for over $60,000. That was pretty cool. Yeah, she's from ROTC. Yeah, so that was really neat to see her get that. I went to a Parks and Rec master plan interview. So he says, what do you think our parks need? I said, well, you gotta fix all those bathrooms first. You can have a great park, but your bathroom it doesn't work. It's not gonna be a great park. So that was one of my opinions anyway. And I did go to the district thing also, and yeah, this group that we have working, they got some great ideas. But it was good that, our people were there to tell them, what some of our thoughts. And I think we're on a good path. It's time, to open up and at least move forward and progress. And I could see that coming. So also I don't know if I told you already, we will be having another pack fight this year. It's going to be August 31st. I haven't contacted the police or fire, but if you guys want to have a fighter, maybe we would like to have a lady one this year. So talk to me about it. Okay? So you guys can come up with it for pillow fight. I'll set you guys up for that. And we will have our main event this year will be an Indian fighter. So it's going to be really good for Selma. So I'm pretty excited about that one. So, shoot, I think that's it.
Okay, question for the city manager. The leadership course, is that going to be just for within the city? Or is this leadership course going to be for something like the chamber used to do? For people who want to be elected officials, want to go through that process?
Are you talking about the Leadership Academy or the Chamber Selma?
The Leadership Academy
That's an internal program for staff.
for staff. So it's only City of Selma.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, so I attended the Reedley College graduation for my niece. That was well attended, and it was very very nice. And the weather cooperated. It was nice, cool by the time that was over. Attended that famous Selma Chamber of Commerce mixer at KFC, which was really tasty. And some really good Colonel stories too. He actually signed the contract with the original owner, the Colonel Sanders himself, on a cocktail napkin in Fresno. So that was a pretty cool story. Yeah, I was invited to attend a Student of the Month lunch at Kingsburg High from one of the kids who has left Selma and went to Kingsburg. And the parents, unfortunately, who are from Selma, sent all their kids to Kingsburg High and said they would never consider sending their kids to Selma. So Selma has work to do, but that was also good to hear about Mr. Superintendent Gomes and his mission to get kids to come back. I appreciate that. It was an honor to give out those scholarships at Selma High. I did see that ROTC or that young woman get that full ride. That was awesome. Fresno State, really amazing, with a major from the Army presenting, really cool. I attended with Rose the Fresno County PD K-9 Awards in Clovis. Thank you to our city clerk for getting that certificate of recognition for not only our unit, but our Selma PD with our K-9 unit, but also the other winners, the Clovis and Fresno and the sheriffs, and they did a demonstration with those dogs, and they're mostly males now, and there is amazing to see how fast they are and how high they can jump and how quickly they do their job. Just amazing. And then finally, I went to an SKF meeting, and there was someone there. There were a couple people there from Sunmade, and they gave the news. Maybe the city already knows this, but they are closing their Selma location, and they will be selling that location on Nebraska, probably this summer. And I mean, just think about that premises right there, right next to Public Works. People have been talking about a new animal shelter. People have been talking about, I don't know if you go up Clovis, if you go up Clovis Avenue, Clovis took that old, was it a packing house or was it packing house, and they turned it into a sports center, a gym, and did a nice job on it. So maybe a property for the city to consider in the future. And with that, we will say good night. Thank you, everybody, for coming out.